of our course. I hope nobody has dropped out from yesterday. It appears many of you had network problems. Do your best to see how you can get better network to join the course throughout. If you miss things, of course, you can catch up with the recording on YouTube channel, but having it live is always sweeter. So welcome to today, and we are going to kick off. Some of you stayed quite late yesterday, and that's a good signal that you are very much interested in getting and recovering all the money you have missed so far in your research application. Good. All right. So I will share my screen. We'll be covering these issues today. The title, how to frame your title of your grant, the aims and objectives, and the background. As I mentioned yesterday, and as we do in every ASFI course, my way of teaching is to put the burden of learning on the students, And so we bring lots of exercises. We bring lots of projects, assignments. It is through this process you can understand the material and utilize the material. It is also through this process you'll be able to develop the hands-on aspect of the course, because all our courses are hands-on. So please, it's not sufficient to sit and listen to what I do here. It will help you a lot to put this into practice. So join your group, do your best in your group, find a way to contribute, and I tell you, that is really what will make a difference. And all the courses we have had, when reviewers give their reviews, ask them, what aspect of the course did you like most? Nobody says, oh, the teaching of Bright. No. They always say that the group work was the fantastic aspect. So there's a lot of value given to the group work, and we always appreciate it. Okay, so the teaching for this course is very minimal compared to what you do in the group. It is intentionally done so that you put every detail you have learned into practice and get it right. All right. So these are the things we'll be going through today. Just to remind you, that registration is still ongoing to the third edition of the Frontier Science Seminar Series. This year, we are spotlighting research works that are advancing Africa's development. We are doing this monthly, so we still have opportunities until the end of the year. And so this month, we are looking at the the biochemistry setting. So please, we have rooms for people to present. If you think what you're doing is contributing to Africa's development, regardless of the field, theology, economics, biology, architecture, whichever field, please bring it on. We are interested in that. Just send me an email. Or you know somebody who is doing something that needs to be heard, please get in touch and let me know. That is one. The second thing is that we also appreciate colleagues from these courses and contacts with us who can moderate these sessions. If you think this is something you are interested in to moderate these sessions, please get in touch. We are happy to build this network of African colleagues. This is one way you can contribute to what we are doing at ASFI. Freely you have been given, freely also give. Okay, we'll be happy to hear from you, just to mention that, please. And then the tips and tricks, Dr. Waro's research tips and tricks, that is one of the programs we started this year. In the first edition, we talked about how to craft an impactful research question. In the second one, we looked at qualitative and quantitative research. Which one is better? If you're missing these things, you're missing a lot, really, because you can gain quite a lot from these things, some of these tips. The next one would be who should be an author in a scientific paper. Please join us. It's coming on the 22nd of April, 1 to 2 p.m. GMT. Please, GMT is GMT. Convert it to your destiny. You know, sometimes I send these emails and somebody is writing from Kenya, from Ghana, from Nigeria, from South Africa. Please, can you let me know what time it is in my country? I don't reply those emails, you know, because that will amount to spoon feeding. Okay, and the world we are has become a global village. It's a matter of seconds. You can say current time in GMT. If you type that, it will tell you. Okay, and then you just look at your clock on the wall. What time is it in my current time? It's 1 p.m. is 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., or even 1 p.m. itself. So if you're spending time to write email to reply, you would have got the answer to your question already half of the time you sent me email. So please make sure you use that, convert it to your local time so that you can join this presentation. So this is one of the things we are doing this year. So the first one is our seminar series continuing, and then the tips and tricks will be presented. There are many topics, and you receive the email. Many topics we are presenting. We have topics slated until September. We have space for October, November, and December. And that space, we have created it to leave it for participants to suggest. So if there are some burning topics in research that outside the ones we have listed, you think that need to be brought on board, please send it to me. Send it to me. Just include on your title of the email, research tips and tricks suggestion. So just send it to me, and then we will work on that. Our goal is that this doesn't end this year. Next year will continue. So if I have 50 of you sending topics, we evaluate it. We'll come back to you, and we can push some to next year. Okay, that is very important. The goal we have here is to be able to shake the ground with regards to Africa research. We want to shake the ground because there are things that really we do not get from where we work, where we do things. So we want to ensure that everybody has opportunity to have access to some of these skills and knowledge. Okay, I mentioned yesterday, I'm repeating it again today. If you want to get a certificate, please know that you have to participate faithfully. And I think the group coordinators are doing a good job to take records. So every session you meet in your breakout rooms, take a record of those who are actively participating. Those are the people who give certificate. We mean this and we take it quite seriously. So please do your best to participate. Is very important. We are proud to say that there are many trainings. There are many trainings in what we do across Africa, even in grant writing. There are many that are going on, but we have unique way. We are putting things in ASFI, and some of you can testify to that. We are proud of that because we know what it takes really to get people have the hands-on skills they need in a practical way, and that is what we try to implement here. So the certificates are very important, and we honor this certificate. If you get it, please, you can advertise it. Some people advertise it on their Facebook or LinkedIn page. Anyway, that's your decision. If the certificate comes to your hand, it is your property. We can't control what you do. But yeah, tell people I'm proud of this. That's great. And the course recordings we are putting on our YouTube. The one of yesterday is still populating. Once it's done, I will put it on the YouTube channel, ASFI YouTube channel. If you want to rewatch it, if there are colleagues you want to share it with, please just feel free to do that. Okay. Lecture slides. The one of yesterday is already on the Google Drive folder of the course, so please you can pick them up from there. Course evaluation, we'll have a link to course evaluation perhaps on Monday or so that you can tell us your experience of the course and how you can encourage other people also who have not attended. And then we have the video shout out. I'm going to select some participants. Not everyone can fit in there. I wish everyone can fit in there, but if not, we'll select a few that can tell a story of what their experience is. It's usually three minutes maximum, where you tell your experience, encourage others, what ASFI is doing. We'll come back to that as well before the end of the course to make a list. So please, when you are contacted, we encourage you to do. If you can't do it, just let me know. It doesn't affect anything. Some of you, well, I have to do this, even though it's not in my mind, so that I can get space next time. No, we don't. It doesn't have any bearing whatsoever. So if you feel that you don't want to do it, no problem. But you know that this SFI, we all come together, put our hands to push our continent in the right direction. So support this if that is the only thing you can do to help. All right, our website is there. I showed this yesterday. And there, of course, ASFI Twitter. You can follow us. Some of you already from yesterday started following this, so that once we announce, we try to put as much information of what we are doing on our Twitter there. So please follow us on the Twitter, and that would be great. And for our YouTube, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, like it, and of course, share it with others who may be interested. The course is 7 a.m. every day, okay? So some of you seem to continue to miss it. So just try to keep to the time. Please, yeah, the task you did yesterday, continue to do it, and I will collect on Monday. The nuggets will start today before lunch today. Group 1 will present, and I hope you have been working on that. Group 2 will come immediately after lunch, and Group 3 will come just before we end the sessions today. Yes, Olabisi reminded me yesterday, and I mentioned it. Please, the key thing is for you to read the paper, summarize it, and give us the highlights from those nuggets, the experiences people have had, and please tell us what they are thinking about. Some of them give tips of how to be successful. One thing that just came to mind I wanted to announce is we have volunteers who support what we do. We have what we call the ASFI ambassadors. So from the countries that we have had participants come, we have appointed at least one person from each country. So if you go to our website, you can see the countries that people have already volunteered. The goal is that these volunteers will call ambassadors. We will be those who will be selling out the ideals of ASFI in their various countries, mobilize people, mobilize colleagues to join these trainings, and of course, our vision. So if your country is not there, you feel that you are interested in being one of those, please let me know, let Emma know, let Temidayo know, if any of us, and then we can integrate you soon. We'll be calling a meeting of the ASFI ambassadors so that we can discuss strategies in going forward. The other thing is on your Twitter account, if you are here and this course has gone well for you, feel free to write your story there as well. And you can tag ASFI, you can tag other colleagues, and we'll follow the conversation. Okay, somebody's asking for the Twitter handle of ASFI. It is there. So I put it here for you. All right, so we went through a number of things yesterday. Let me open up for questions. Please raise your hand if you have questions from the things we went through yesterday. If there is any question, areas that were not clear, please, this is your time now. Okay, I have Mokam. Mokam, unmute yourself and you can ask. Mokam, unmute yourself and go on. You have not unmuted yourself.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning
to. Okay. I'm from Cameroon.
Mm-hmm.
I have a problem with the files on the Google Drive.
You have a problem with the files.
Yes.
What kind of problems do you have?
I tried to open, but it is difficult. I don't know why.
Because most of the files are PDF, and then
No,
one of them is, of course, where you have your group membership is in Excel. So what is the problem?
The problem is that the link does not work.
The link does not work.
Yes.
Really?
I've sent the link on the message.
Okay. Have you sent any request to share the link with you? Let me see. I'll put the link here again for you. You can see the link. That is the Google Drive link.
Yes, I see the link.
Yeah, so if you click that link now, you can check. Now, let's see if it works for you.
Okay, I'm trying to open it. The access is denied.
You have to request.
The access is denied.
You have to request. You have to request access.
Yes. Okay. I've sent it.
I've sent the request.
I've sent those.
You have sent the request.
Yes.
Okay. If you send the request, then I should receive it and I will grant you access.
Okay, I'm waiting.
So anyone who has not received access to the file, please send the request the same, and I will grant you access. Okay. All right. So that should have come through for you now. All right. I have Igunjobi, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, I really appreciate you because this course is an eye opener. So my question is
it's not Igunjobi. It's not time to evaluate the course.
Yes,
you
okay.
just started. So
Okay,
keep that one now. Keep that one for now. On Monday or Tuesday, you will hear from you on that one.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's about our not yet assignment. So I think we are taking it into another thing because I thought in my belief that it should be we have a file in our group that says not yet. So I think we refute that. But what you are saying now is that we should find a project.
No. That's not what I mean.
Okay,
so
maybe
a good job. What they not get is that each group has a paper. Some of those papers are viewpoints. People have shared about their grant experience. So for your group, take the paper in your group, read it, discuss it in your group, and then give us the highlight of what is given in that paper. Appoint somebody in your group who will make that presentation. And so I said each group has 5 minutes to present their nugget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
sir.
So experiences learned from there. What is the nugget talking about? What can we learn to improve our grant writing? So that is what I want you to do, not to take any not to take any project at all.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, I have Okoro Obinna. Okoro Obinna.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yesterday, sir, in the breakout section, you gave us some couple of things to ponder upon, and one of the questions was that that we should give reasons why a funder would trust to give us such money. You know, the $5 to $10K, $50 to $100K you gave as an assignment. So when we came back, the response you gave on that section B of that question, why will funders give us such a money, trust us to give us such a money? Why would the funder fund you and not another person? You know, the response got me thinking, because you made some couple of comments like, what have you achieved? You know, what will the funder see in you that you have accomplished? What is so unique about you? I mean, in relation to your past research experiences or what you have done in the past, because you know, it is on the basis of such accomplishment that they can give you such amount of money, you know, to fund your research. And yesterday in my group, we also looked at the assignment you gave that will turn on Monday. And part of the, you know, requirements also from the funder is this issue of accomplishment, projects you've done, you know, in similar fields in the past and things like that. So it got me thinking, coming from, you know, this side of the divide that we've not really done so much extensively, you know, in terms of accomplishment in the area of research. Does that mean that there is no hope for young people who will want to go into, I don't know, what do you think, sir?
No, well, I answered that question yesterday. I think one of you was asking that you are still young in your research. So yeah, but the thing is that I said, if you are young, then go for grants that are meant for people at your stage of career. Don't go and compete with the big guys, because they're going to knock you out. There's no how you're going to make it there. So sometimes people misapply their grant. It's not that they do not have good application, but because they apply to the wrong bid. Okay, so if you are young, then go to some of those courses called career development grants. They are career development grants, because you need to build your profile. You need to build your profile. If you're young also, there are certain things you can do, because yesterday I mentioned some of the things the funders will look at. You have highlighted some of them, but I mentioned that the idea should be novel, but novel idea is not the only thing that sells you. You need to have a track record. They will also want to know who is your collaborator. So in the aspect of collaboration, one thing I do in my own research group, I try to put a smile on their face in terms of their career, because I know where I come from. You know, sometimes I speak with some colleagues down at home there across Africa. You know, they try to admire my situation. I'm in Sweden. Wow, that is good. But really, if you are an African, you know that you have a mountain to climb here. It's a mountain, because you are competing with those who own this. This is what they have known. This is what they do. This is their place. You know, sometimes you think that not some bias. There are some biases everywhere. If I'm in my country, Nigeria, I will also have such bias. That is an acceptable bias. So if you are in this place, one of the things that happen is that your level of competition, you need to add lots of ingredients to be able to compete there. So don't just begin to admire people because they are in this part of the world. The work they do, goodness me, to add to the career trajectory growth is not that easy. It requires a lot from you. If, for instance, I'm in any African country or some other countries in the world, with the effort I make, it may take me higher than where I am. Okay? So what I do is that my students, when I bring them in, because I know the strategies to move, not just move, to move quickly in the career stages, is collaboration, exposure. Now, during the summer, there will be lots of conferences to attend. Each and every one of them has submitted at least 3 conference paper presentations. And I tell them, just go expose, get exposed to these things, get experiences, connect with people, collaborate. With that, you're building your profile. And they are doing their PhD. By the time they are doing they finish their PhD, there are some collaboration. And here, what happens is that we have a requirement at university. You have to publish 4 papers before you can defend your PhD. Some of them, before they finish, they have published 10 papers. They have published 15 papers because I am thinking ahead of them. So by the time they finish their PhD, they are at the top level of competing for postdoc. You know, and then the master student that come my way, I'm not very keen to supervise master because sometimes they can be, they can draw you. But when they come and the medical student, the condition I give them is that I can supervise you, but you have to publish this work after your thesis. Okay? They may not know why I tell them that. Once they finish their thesis, then I work with them. They get their papers and publish. I'm thinking ahead. And then that gets them interested. They publish paper, it makes you to want to publish more. So by the time they are applying for PhD, they have built profile that they become competitive. Okay. If you don't have such kind of luxury of a supervisor who pushes you in that way, try to take your time to look out for colleagues across board to build your profile. Start with collaboration of publication, collaboration of writing these different things, collaboration of doing projects together to build your experience. These are some of the things that you really need to do if you want to cross the board. So as a young researcher, you don't wait only until the time to apply for funding before you find your relevance. There are things you can already start doing to build a profile. As I told you yesterday, grant writing is a warfare. It's a warfare. It is good you hit and you hit well. Don't go and start testing the waters. Don't go and start, well, let me try. No, you don't do that. You need to be prepared to do that. And once you get all the ingredients together, then success will come naturally. But you need to build it. I'm giving you this experience because many times people complain of not getting what they think that they deserve. Yeah, you may think that you deserve it, but there may be others who deserve it even more than you because they have put the groundwork. Obinna Okoro, I hope that's sufficient for you now.
Yeah, very sufficient, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, I have Jerita.
Thank you. There's something I wanted to ask about our group project. We have our funder who is society, and it is kind of difficult, for example, to find some information, like maybe the maximum or minimum amount of money that they grant, the review process, application, opening and closing of the application. So we were wondering, are we allowed maybe to look outside, maybe their affiliates, for example, who now actually have this information? And we kind of feel maybe we are limited because we are not getting much of this information, and we may not really learn much.
So that is, yeah. So Jerita, do as you have proposed. That information you have given is also an important information. Okay, important in the sense that it is not every funder that is clear, crystal clear of what they're actually looking for. Okay,
Yes.
and what role can we play? We can play a role to help them. You can play a role to write them that I was looking for this information, but it's not there. You can play a role calling them. You understand? I'm just telling you that some funders are clearer than other funders.
Yes.
Okay, and sometimes it may depend on their experience in the field. Many funders require feedback as well. So do as you have proposed. You can go and look at affiliates, and but the information you're giving us is an important information. If that is the only thing you have to say, well, we checked this funder, but we didn't get sufficient information of what they actually do.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Okay, let me take the last one now. After that, we'll continue. I have Azwama, please. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Okay, good morning, Doc. Thank you very much. I just want to be clear about something. We have the breakout session task, and we have the normal, the grant writing we are supposed to do. So apart from this breakout session task, when are we submitting the proper grant?
The proper grant, you're presenting it on the last day. Okay. Okay. Well, if you didn't get it clearer, let me explain it clearer now. You prepare your full grant. On Tuesday, when we close this course, you will send the full grant application to me.
Okay.
Then from it, you prepare a presentation for 10 minutes. You are going to present at the last day of the course to tell us what you have done. Okay. So read the instruction very well that I have put with regards to the project you are working on. And that is the proper grant itself. So two things you're delivering: the full grant you have written, you send that to me, and then make our 10-minute presentation. From that, we're going to discuss and comment on the last day.
That's all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I keep on putting the link here for the Google Drive. I'm not sure why you continue to have problems. Now I click it and I'm able to open it at my end here. So if you are having problems, so check your system there. It may not be the link, it may be your system. Okay. All right. So some of the things we went through yesterday, we gave motivation, why grants are important for a scientist. We narrated that, and then you prepared a document, why you need a grant, fantastic presentations you made. We defined grant writing. We emphasize the competitive nature of grantmanship, which is not in doubt. It's very competitive. But I hope that by the time we go through this week, you'll be able to have sufficient tools that you can use to improve and do better than you have done before. If you have not done it before, you can use these tools to begin to strive and become successful, because it is possible to become successful. You need to have a winner's mindset really. I remember as a young person, one of the subjects I feared when I was very young was mathematics. But at the time, I started asking myself, these guys who are doing it, but it's not the same brain. You know, I used to imagine many things. It's not the same brain. What is wrong? And really, I found that I started doing well because I started thinking about these things, and I improved, to be frank with you. So everybody can improve and do better than you are doing today. So please strive for excellence, and then you see that it is not all hopeless as it appears. People are getting it right, and you can also get it right. All right, we discussed some of the barriers to grant writing, individual level barriers and institutional level barriers. And from what you have discussed yesterday, some of you were convinced that you have done your own part and the institution has not done its own part. And the institutional contribution can come from providing infrastructure, providing seed funding, and ultimately providing opportunities for researchers like you to raise your capacity through trainings like this. And I encourage you, you can partner with ASFI, talk to your institution. There are opportunities. There are opportunities for you to refine your skill. Otherwise, institutions will continue to expect a lot, but they're giving very little. It is, well, let me not raise issues, but just to mention it, that it is your fundamental human right as a researcher to have continuous education in your list to be able to perform well. The university needs to know that. If you want, you can start writing a paper, Fundamental Human Rights of Researchers, as a series. One is that the fundamental human right is to have an office, to have a seat and a computer. You can start from that one. Then you can go to the high level ones to say, one of the fundamental human rights of researchers is to have continuous education improvement. Okay, well, I don't want to cause too much trouble, but to be frank with you, we have lots of rights we need to explore. If you are to do well in your career, if you are to make the university proud, then these rights need to be there. All right. So we explored some funders, and that is one of the things you are working on now. Please take it so serious. Take it so serious because you are going to benefit from this task, understanding the funders, and we discussed that is the first thing first. First thing first, understand who your funder is. What do they fund? Who did they fund? What time is the application? When is the deadline? And so on. Who have they funded? Okay, what is their priority? Get it right. Yes, we discussed what funders are looking at for in a grant application. It's not sufficient to have a fantastic idea. It's very important to understand the relevance, understand what are you competitive enough, what is your collaboration, does your idea tally with the institution's, funders' priority, and so on and so forth. Discuss features of a competitive grant, and we introduce the group projects for the week. All right. Okay, I bring this forward again. Yesterday we ended with first things first, knowing your funder. And we are going today to go through some of the nitty-gritty of the whole thing. And as I showed from the beginning, we'll be looking at the title, looking at the aims, objectives, or goals, however you call it, research questions, they all the same thing. and the background today. But typically, this is a structure, and it's not every grant application has the same structure, but these items are perhaps available in most grant applications. Okay, so it's very important to observe this. All right, let's look at title. The title is the first information about the grant. The title is the first information about the grant application you have made. Many people really take this not so serious, or they are careless about it, but I don't want you to be. Don't be careless about this. It's very important for you to take this serious. There is a concept they call first impression. Okay? First impression. First impression matters. And it is a title that really gives that first impression. The title can attract or can distract. And many people who apply for grant application, they don't know that, and that is why I told you yesterday that when we talk about scientific writing, it's different from grant writing. They have different contexts, okay? And one of the reasons that there is a difference is this. People who review your grant application may not be expert in your field. So you have to get that right. People who review your grant application may not be expert in your field. I have reviewed application for several organizations, and they send these applications to me, not because I'm expert in the field. Some of them are career development, some of them are project grants, and I'm able to review it with the mindset of being a grant and not a scientific paper. All right? So the context of grants writing is different from scientific writing. So when you write a title and somebody is not in your field and you have used technical language of your field, it can distract. It can distract. So please make sure you think about this. The title can create a lasting impression. There are some grant applications that reviewers review and it's in their head. 5 years, they still remember that grant application because of the title. So you create your title in a way that it's going to create an impression. All right? It's very important. We are going to have that challenge today. I'm going to send you out the topic you have chosen. You are going to create some fantastic 3 titles and bring it back, and we can look how it looks, okay, and see where we can support. So title is very important. Expected features of the title: it should be informative, it should be short, single sentence, perhaps in 2 parts. Okay. I sent an abstract to a meeting we are holding next month, and that abstract concerned the work I told you yesterday. We just launched how to bring the public and researchers closer. So on one hand, we want to bring the public closer to researchers. On the other hand, we want to bring researchers working in the same field close as a community to increase networking, to increase collaboration. And as I mentioned yesterday, I'm working in the area of allergy, respiratory disease, and so on and so forth as an epidemiologist. And so I made this title and I sent the title to my co-authors, and the first part of that title was bridging the gaps. Okay, I I can't remember the last part very well now, but so just to paraphrase it, platforms to bring the public to research and increase collaboration between researchers, something like that. And so, Bright, this is nice title, wow. Of course, it's bridging the gaps. So you can put a title that great impression, okay? Can make it 2 parts. Reflects what the project is all about, the value, the benefits, the impact, okay? So from the title I mentioned, now you can see the value there, the benefit. I show you this now. I think we have something here. Yeah, look at this title. Look at this title. Look at this title. Anybody who wants to say something about this? Does it look good? Or you can put a comment there. Everybody likes it. I mean, when I was putting this together, and my daughter comes, that what's tango? Tango, what is that? It's not dancing. I tell you, this creates an impression already in her mind. Okay, so it's very, very important. Marine biology, ion beam technologies, and nanotechnology, a journey into a multidisciplinary tango. Wow. If a reviewer reads this, at least if he forgets anything, he will remember marine. He will remember tango. Okay, he will remember it. It makes you curious. Yeah, somebody says that. It makes you curious. It's catchy. Okay? It makes you curious. It's catchy. It raises some suspicion. What is this? So your grant application needs to be, the title needs to be framed in a way that the reviewer, if he has 5 applications lined up, because this one, what is it? Let me see. Okay, so the title is the first impression, and it's very important to get it right. I go and put title, the study of cassava producing used to make bread. Come on. So informative, it should be short, single sentence, perhaps 2 parts, and of course, reflect what the project is all about. And value benefit. Somebody saying something here. He said the title suggests a polygamous family. You see? And then when you read you see, it's raising suspicion on you. When you read the text now, you find out whether it is actually a polygamous family or a family where people are working together. Okay, but they still have just a mother and a father. So that is what I'm saying. Everybody has an impression. What is this title? The first impression they get brings them to look at the application in detail. Okay, so when creating your title, spend time to reflect on it. Get input from your collaborators in the project. Use simple, direct language. Most reviewers are not expert on the topic. I have mentioned that. If possible, include founders-friendly keywords. And yesterday, one of the tasks I made you to do is to get some keywords from the founders, which you can use to actually play in their mind by bringing it into your title. It gives them an impression, this is our area. Okay, if they have used innovation, bring innovation. If they have used other words, try to bring those other words. It's not mandatory, but it can have some benefit where possible. Okay, yeah. I was working with one of you on a grant application some time ago, and we came to the issue of title, and I brought that to them. The title. And really, I said, well, this title, you need to change it. Go and make another title. I gave them some tips and they came with one nice title and I like it so much. So I asked them, what do you think? I said, they're proud of this. It makes lots of sense, when you can have a title that really is catchy. All right. Place most important words first. Keep it short, mind character limit of the funder, avoid generic words like proposal, study of, investigation into, avoid those. We don't need them. We have used them quite a lot. Okay, let's go straight to the issue. Let's say what you want to do, not begin to describe whole lot of issues. Points to the project. Okay, use active future-oriented words. Those ending in ing can be good. Okay, point to the project outcome. That is the end product of what you're going to achieve. Omit unnecessary words. The link I have given here, if you go there, I can put it in the chat here. This link is the European Commission Research Council, actually. And these are some examples of titles of grants they have funded. You can check it out your time and see how people are working through this framing their title. All right. Okay, so this is very important, the title, and I hope I have communicated that strongly well to you. How do you create one? Extract list of words and phrases from your application. Okay, the title is usually better created at the end of the application. It doesn't mean that you can't have preliminary titles from the beginning, but it's clearer. Just like we have the abstract of a paper. The abstract of a paper are better created at the end of the writing. In fact, when you finish writing your paper, you see that you have room to refine your introduction, because by the time you finish writing the paper, you have already gained much more information and knowledge. So once you have finished writing your application, you extract the words. But I'm going to change it for the sake of this course today, that the topic you have chosen yesterday, I want you to give preliminary titles to it. And you can see what happens when you first propose your title. You see that as you go through the writing of your grant, your title will be reflected with those development that you begin to change your title. Okay? So usually these words you extract are from your aims, objectives, and methods. Arrange the words and phrases into sentences. Make up to 10 title variations from the arranged sentences. Okay? Invite collaborators to rank the first 3. Work again with the 3 and with your team to reduce to the most outstanding one. Look, you think this is tedious. I tell you, the grant application is a competition. It's a huge competition. And so, writing a title only, you can see that it's a scientific investigation on its own. Just a title. And I tell you, if you invest the energy, you come out with flying colors. So don't take it for granted, because it's very, very important. I hope some of you align with what I'm saying here. All right. So this is what we are going to do now. I will send you to your breakout rooms. What are we doing? You have 45 minutes to achieve this. The title is usually formulated at the end of the application, but in your group, try to already brainstorm on possible titles for your project. Each group should formulate 3 titles for their project and come back, we'll share it in class. So when we come, put it on a PowerPoint presentation, appoint somebody in your group, you show it, and we all can look and comment on the title. The title is a work in progress, and you can continue to tweak it until the end of the application you're working on. I hope this is a deal. This is a deal. This course will push you. This course will push you, I tell you. And that is why somebody was asking. So please take a picture of this before I take it off. Yesterday, I said, we are going to give you the tools here. How you use the tools to succeed, it's now your own cup of tea. So this is just the title. And I hope that you can take your time and formulate it well. So 45 minutes, I will come back to present. Let me send you, and I hope everyone has put their names on, their group on their names. So I've opened the rooms, please choose and go to your group. If you have not put your group to your name, I see that, then it's impossible to send it to your group. So please do that. And for those of you who have very long names, please help us. I said yesterday, reduce it, because now I can't even see your name is too long that it covers the whole place. Please help me to help you. Use shorter names. All right. Olusegun, you have a question?
Yeah, please kindly repost the slide.
The slide. Okay.
Yeah, I want to take the screenshot of it. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you have not changed your, if you have not included your group to your name, please do so, because I can't then send you to your group because I don't have that information. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you have had a good time looking at the issue of the title. Please, let's share group 1. Let us know what you have. If you want to speak, whoever is presenting for group 1, please let me have your hand. Show your hand, and then I will let you. And if you want to speak, you can unmute yourself and speak. Group 1 here. Okay, I have Hamidu.
Please, Idris, can you quickly share the slide for me so that I can present on behalf of the group? Idris, share the slide for me, please. Sorry, sir. We want to share the slide so that we can present.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's coming up. Oh, good afternoon, our mentor. Now we decided to choose street children in group 1. And then the title of our work goes, we choose 3 topics. One of them is flowers today, monsters tomorrow, street children, a looming disaster in Africa. And I don't know, do I explain the motivation for it, or
no? No. We want to really see whether we capture what your project is based on your title. So don't explain anything.
Okay, so I just read out the title. Then the second one is they don't care for us. We supposed to have it's because of the work in health. We supposed to have invited comers. They don't care for us. The socio-economic state of street children in African cities. Then number 3, street children and poverty, a poverty of service delivery model. Thank you, sir.
All right.
That's for
group 1. Yeah, please just keep it open there. If you want to speak, let's take a minute or two to no. I mean, put it on there. Idris, put it on there. We have not finished with you. Yeah, so please, anyone who wants to speak, raise your hand. Let me recognize you. Let's look at what group 1 has presented. These titles. Anyone who wants to comment? Yeah, I see Jemana.
Good morning, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Jemana.
Yes. For me, topic point 1, I find it the language that was used is a bit hard, just a bit hard. As much as it is trying to communicate something, but the second one particularly, they don't care about it. It starts with a little bit of a harsh tone. So I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Jemana. So you said the second part starts with a harsh tone. We get your point. All right. I have Izuchukwu Frank Obi, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. For the first one, it looks quite catchy and interesting. Flowers today, monsters tomorrow, street children, a looming disaster in Africa. But then it doesn't tell us what they have in mind, what they want to do. It doesn't what it's used like more of a literature review on it or narrative.
It's descriptive.
What they want to do. Descriptive, yes. Then the second one is also the same. They don't care about us. The society, socioeconomic state of street children still doesn't tell us what intervention or what they want to do. And it starts with the end in mind. It appears as if they have taken a stand already. They have finished the work. So it's looking to me more of a publication stuff. They don't care about us. Looks like a finding already. Like they are proposing what they want to do. Okay. And the third one, street children and poverty, a poverty of service delivery model. That one, I don't even know what to say for that. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. All right. Let me see Eunice.
Hello.
Yes, Eunice, go on.
My comments are related to the person who just spoke, because everything is descriptive. There is no action word, it's like commentary on what you have already worked on. So.
All right, thanks very much. I have Chioma Innocent
Okay, I think
It's the same thing. I can't see the intervention, how the person wants to solve the problem.
Great.
They just, for the two topics, it just stating the problem. And not telling us what they're bringing on board, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
To get what exists. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, Alice Wafula.
Thank you, sir. I would come in with maybe a suggestion in topic number 3, because I see some kind of innovation there where they are talking of a delivery model. So if they could somewhat turn that around and bring in street children and poverty, but now provide the solution with a particular model, you would then see maybe the innovativeness. The other two don't say much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Ola Lekon Lekins. You have long name. I couldn't pronounce all of it. I don't even see your group there. Anyway, that is by the way. Maybe we'll work on the title of your name later. Tell us what you have on this title.
Mine is just a suggestion. Flower today, mustard tomorrow. Street children illumine disaster in Africa. I will have suggested that it should have been flower today, mustard tomorrow, correcting these issues for African children. That would have been an intervention thing for them. Then the second one, they don't care about us, will have been removed and will have been socio-economic state of street children in Africa. How to curb the menace, or curbing the menace of socio-economic state of street children in Africa. That's my suggestion for the two topics. The third one, that I don't think it makes sense could not be used as a topic. That's my contribution, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I have Titilayo, then I'll go to Azama and Sekagia, and then we finish from this one. Yeah, Titilayo, please.
Okay. Thank you. Virtually everything has been said, but I think I love their number one. There are flowers today, monsters tomorrow. It creates a kind of curiosity. You want to read whatever they are talking about. So I think they should just recast that number one and still retain flowers today and monsters tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Azuama.
Okay. I need to share my screen. Please, can you?
Are you presenting for any group?
Yes, group 9.
No, not yet. Ah, we are yet to go to group 2. Azuma, are you just coming?
No.
Okay.
You called my name, so I thought maybe you wanted.
No, I see your hand raised up, so I thought you were responding to what group 1 has done. All right, we'll come back to you. Not yet. So you can bring your hand down.
Okay.
All right, then I have Sekagia.
Thank you very much. I want to comment on number 1, flowers today, monsters tomorrow. One, it shows a direction already set, that there are flowers today, monsters tomorrow. Yet, not all street children are monsters tomorrow. So I like it, but the phrasing of its phrasing is already giving a predetermined line. Yes, if it was a research project, it would already have given an answer that street children today are monsters tomorrow, which is not necessarily true.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kagia. And thank you, everyone. I gave room for lots of comments to group 1 because much of the comment will be reoccurring across the other groups. So I wouldn't give so much people room when we get to the other groups. But the point that needs to be made here and for group one. Oh, let me ask Hamidou, let me ask you, please, you can unmute yourself and respond to my question. How did this come through for you? Was it easy for you? Was it challenging within the 45 minutes you have used? How did you, brainstorm on this?
Thank you, sir. We were able to, after a long debate, we were able to bring out 10 topics or 11 topics, sorry. And then out of the 11 topics, we are able to merge the similar topics together. And now we arrive at just 3 topics. So that was, so it was not very easy. And that was why even up to the time we are coming in, you could see that we couldn't be able to share it very quick because it was a very hot debated, but
very hot debate. I love that. I love that. Okay, thank you very much, Hamidou. I can feel what is going on there. It's a hot debate, but thanks be to God that we are all joining on computers, so there was no need to exchange blows if there's so much hot in the room. But yes, it's good to see that this is not an easy process. But the point there is that the title, as I mentioned, is a work in progress. Okay, you have received the feedback from the colleagues who have responded to your proposal. Please take it into consideration. As I mentioned, your title should be very informative. Avoid descriptive titles. There are actually, in terms of the catchy aspect of your title, there are not too much rules of how you should make it. When you have flowers today, monsters tomorrow, I like it. It's good. Okay. So I don't think it is deterministic already. It leaves room for you to make interpretation, and that is really what you want people to have from your title. And it doesn't indicate that all street children are monsters tomorrow. That's not what it indicates. Okay. But when you do research, you always want to make generalization. Okay. So that aspect needs to also be integrated. You need to make generalization of what the phenomenon, the impact that the phenomenon can bring to the society. So please work on the comments you have received. Don't make your title too descriptive. Let that aspect of the intervention be found on what you're actually going to do. Okay, so refine that. And now the thing is that in the end of our course on Tuesday, when you're presenting, we'll come back to this to see what title you eventually used, because it is not the 3 you're going to use. You're going to use 1. So we'll see how you have refined it and what title you eventually used. All right. Can you stop sharing now? And then we go to group 2. Who is presenting for group 2? Please raise your hand, and then I'll recognize you. All right, I have Omobola. Omobola, you can unmute and go on. You have your slide.
All right, good morning,
Good
Dr.
morning.
Bright. Good morning, everyone. My name is Omobola Odioye, and I'll be presenting for group 2. Our group project, as agreed by all members of the group, is the ongoing challenges of deforestation and impact on the African ecosystem. And we have the following suggested topics. 1,
titles, eh?
That?
Titles.
Okay, suggested titles. So sorry about that. 1, we have deforestation and impact on the African ecosystem. Why, what, and how? Then the second one, we have deforestation in Africa. What went wrong? The third one is greenhouse effect of deforestation, impact on Africa. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Just keep it there. And Anybody who wants to respond, please raise your hand. I can take 3. The first 3 I will take. Okay, I have Ifeanyi, I have Ola Lincoln, and who again? I need the last person. Ifeanyi, go on.
All right, thank you, sir. The group, they've actually done very well, but I think the first looks more like a research topic because obviously you're looking at an investigation, whereas maybe the funders might be interested on an intervention, so to say, like has been said in our own suggestion as well. So I would suggest, they look at deforestation is actually occurring. There is an impact in it. At what extent should they look at the impact of that deforestation, and what are they bringing to the table for the funders? What is it that they want to do to curb the problem of deforestation? I think that's what I want to say on that.
All right, thanks very much. Then I have Ola Lincoln.
Thank you, sir. Still on the existing protocols. The only topic I see here that is not challenging is, and there's more of literature, is topic number 2, deforestation in Africa, what went wrong? Because it's more like discussion. But the first one, I think they should include what they want to do. Because they already said deforestation and impact on the African ecosystem, why, what, and how. So they should try and put, maybe they can create a solution paradigm. That's my suggestion. Then in number 3, greenhouse effects of deforestation, impact on Africa. What they've not provided any solution. They've not told us what they want to use the money given to them. The $10,000, $50,000, or even just $5,000. What are they going to use the money to do? If this is the topic they want to work on? That's my contribution, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Group 2, you're following what is going on there. Amobala, you're still around?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, taking note.
Point.
One thing is that if you this is actually topics. Okay, these are not titles. These are topics, and as topics, they are huge. What you have here. The first thing you need to note is this: when you say deforestation, what is it? Are you able in your project? You have to understand that you are not funded forever. You are funded for a specific period of time. You are funded maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. The issue of deforestation, what is it? It's a big issue. It's big. And I was discussing yesterday, and I said fundable research are those that are feasible. They are feasible. For deforestation is big. You can take a specific aspect of that. And when you talk about impact, impact is also a big word. You can also take a specific aspect of that deforestation, the impact of that deforestation on what you're trying to solve. And then if you come to ecosystem, ecosystem is also a big issue. So the point I'm making there is that there are specifics you can get from the terminologies you have used here and what you want to do, which can then give funders idea of the specific issues you want to solve. They want you to solve specific issues. They don't want you to solve all the issues because they don't have money to do that. They can't do that. So even if they give you all the money they need to give all researchers and they give it to you, you can't solve this problem you're talking about here, the way you have framed it. So you need to be very, very specific. And so when you say why, what, and how, it is still descriptive. Funders will not want you to describe the problem. They want you to bring solution to the problem. So you need to find a way to include, and that goes for all the topics. Topic 3 was closer to specifics. When you say greenhouse, that is more specific issue than ecosystem or deforestation, So, but when you say impact on Africa, what do you mean by impact? It's a big area. Is it on poverty? Is it on agriculture? And even in agriculture, you can specify specific areas. So your title is work in progress, and I think you have room now to take the suggestions that have come on board to improve going forward. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Stop sharing. Let's go to group 3.
All right.
Who is presenting for group 3? Please raise your hand and then I'll recognize you. So I have Mori.
Thank you. Group 3, we have chosen issues of food security in Africa, and we have 3 major topics. The first one is food security, digitalized opportunities and challenges. The second one is local farmers' adaptive capacities to climate change effects in rural Africa. And then the last one is food dynamics, supply during war in Africa. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments from anyone, please? I can take 3 comments. Yeah, I have Olalekon. You can unmute yourself, and please, other people, if you want to contribute, raise your hand and I will recognize you. Okay. Yeah, Olalekon, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Group 3 should try and look at the first topic, food security, digitalized opportunities and challenges. What solution are they providing? What method are they using to digitalize it? And are they trying to do an investigative or provide a solution? Local farmer adaptive capacity to climate changes effect in Africa. Which area of it are they looking at? The adaptive capacities to climate changes effect in rural Africa. Food dynamics supporting during war in Africa. Are they providing solutions, or are they looking at method or paradigm to use for distribution of food during war in Africa? Thank you. These are my contributions.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I have Weto Matthew.
Thank you very much, sir. I think the 3 topics looks like a review topics. Food security, digitalized opportunities and challenges. It's like you're just reviewing a topic. The second one the same, and even the third one. The group is not telling us if they're going to solve food security. What are they trying to do? How would they solve it? So it looks like I don't know what I would say. Maybe too theoretical. I don't know.
All right. Thank you very much, Weto. Group 3, the same comment coming that we made to the other groups. Your topic is very descriptive, and really, somebody can work on these topics without doing any project. But the funding you're looking for is for project. It's not for literature review. So you need to propose what you would do. You need to propose what you would do with the money you are getting. They wouldn't give you money to do literature review. Okay. Your title, which is topic. Your topic here is dynamics of production and distribution of food during climate changes and war, providing solution. But we didn't see the solution anywhere. All right. So what solution are you bringing on board? And I think it would be good as a topic to focus on one. Climate change is a big thing. War is another big thing. So you are combining these 2 big things. In fact, in climate change, you can focus on specific area. In war, you can focus on specific area. And in that topic, it's also unclear what is a context you're looking at in terms of dynamics of production and distribution? Is it the whole world? Is it Africa? Is it a particular country? Is it a particular community in a country? It is because you can't study this in the whole of Africa. You don't have money for that. Even within a country, you don't have money to study other countries. So it's good to specify your area of focus, your context where this will be done. Okay, I like number one, but I don't know. I don't know whether it is for Africa. I don't know where it is going. And digitalized opportunities, it is good that you also specify what digitalized opportunities you are looking at. Overall, one thing I have emphasized when I was discussing this is that the topic, the title you're proposing should be able to catch people's attention. All you've provided here are the normal descriptions that we use in our study. So this is still work in progress. Please take the suggestions and find a way to improve on the title you have given to your project. You see, as I'm speaking to you now, my mind still goes back to group one. The first title they put there, I can still remember it. Flowers today, monsters tomorrow. Okay? And even if I go to group 10, I will still remember that. Such kind of framing of your title brings readers close to read your dictionary really with interest. All right, you can stop sharing. Let's go to group 4. Who is presenting for group 4? Please raise your hand, group 4. It's group 4 here. All right, let's go to group 5. Who is presented for group 5? All right, I have Anifat. Anifat, you can.
Hello.
Yeah, please go on.
Yes, I want to share my slide.
Please feel free.
I'm finding it difficult now because I'm using phone to share
Using
it.
phones. Is there no member of your group that can help you share that?
I've changed my phone because of the interruption.
Is there no member of your group that has that presentation that can help you to share so that you can present?
Yes, they should, because I've sent it to the
Is there anyone
group
in group
WhatsApp.
5? Okay, I think somebody is sharing.
Yes.
And in fact, you have it on the screen. You can present.
Yes. Let me quickly share it. I think I'm getting it.
No. It's already shared. Just present what somebody is sharing there. You don't need to share it again.
Okay, I don't need to share. Okay.
No. Somebody has shared for your group, so just present.
Okay. What I have in my group is number one. Number one is youth unemployment. We are dealing with issues on youth unemployment. So number one is youth unemployment and African crisis, a journey to insecurity. That is, youth unemployment can cause insecurity.
No, we don't want you to interpret. Okay. Just read it.
Then
just read it only.
number two, entrepreneurship innovation, a guided soul to African youth unemployment. Then number 3, government impact on youth unemployment, remedies to this calamity.
All right. Who wants to comment?
Those are the
3 hands. Who wants to speak? Please, let's hear what you have to say to group 5. Okay. James Arthur, do you want to comment? Nope. No.
Hello.
James, do you want to comment to group 5?
No, I'm in group 4, but my network went off, so we couldn't
have passed group 4. Okay.
request.
Let's go to Weto and Titilayo and Edna. These are always Weto, please.
But I'm back now.
Weto, unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sir. I think. Hello. Hello.
Can hear you. Go on. Go on.
Okay. Okay. I think the topics also is not the same as the other group that I've presented. Youth unemployment and African crisis, a journey to insecurity, also look like a review. There's no solution that they are proposing. The government impact on youth unemployment, remedies to this calamity is also like a review. In fact, the three looks like a review. Somebody can do review and answer some of these questions without even carrying out a project. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Yeah, let's go to Titilayo.
Thank you once again. I think they could also work on number 1 by bringing the opener first. If they bring a journey to insecurity first, as the opener, then put a colon, youth and unemployment in Africa. Oh, okay, and African crisis is better. Instead of "and," it should be maybe "and African crisis." That's what I think. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Edna.
Okay, mine is like the previous speaker. It's like the rest of the group how we did ours. Like in the first, youth unemployment and African crisis, a journey to insecurity. So what about it? There's no intervention. What are they going to do? How are they going to intervene? How are they going to prevent unemployment or increase unemployment? So maybe if they work on number 1, and policy the number 1, then it will be perfect.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Group 5, you get the comments. I think my thoughts were in the same line. The other thing is that unemployment is big. Africa is big. Insecurity is big. So you need to become specific enough, because you can't study unemployment in the whole of Africa, really. It would be good to use an example, and then once even if you have $5 billion to do this is a big issue. Come on. The solutions you bring will always be very specific. So your titles are very descriptive. It's unclear what solutions you're bringing on board and what your project will be solving. And then the title need to be as attractive as possible. So please take this into account and continue to refine your title. All right, please stop sharing. Let's see, group number 6, who is presenting for group number? Okay, I have Jafsia. Jafsia.
Yes, good morning to all.
Morning.
I'm Jafsia Busu from Cameroon.
Mm-hmm.
Let
sharing
me share my screen. Yeah, it is done. Here is what we did in group 6. Are you looking at it?
Yeah, can see it.
Okay. The area is the increasing burden of chronic diseases. What we propose at topic 1 is pathways of local herbs in alleviating burden of chronic diseases. The second one is indigenous medicinal plants, a panacea for African burden of chronic diseases. The third one is herbal medicine, a neglected solution to chronic diseases in Africa.
Okay. Anyone who wants to comment, please raise your hand. 3 people. I can recognize 3 people. Yeah. Okay. Let me allow Lekon. Yeah, please go on.
Thank you, sir. The 3 topics looks very, very genuine to me because they are trying to provide solutions. The first one, pathway of local herbs, alleviating burdens of chronic diseases. But they need to put what pathway are they taking? What method, what paradigm are they using? Indigenous medicinal plan, a panacea for African burdens of chronic diseases. That one looks more or less like a research, and it's not saying there's nothing like collaborative or initiative coming into it. It's just like a write-up. Herbal medicine, a neglected solution for chronic disease, same way like the second one. But the first one looks more, but if they can fine-tune it and put a point on the specific task they want to conclude, they want to involve there. Thank you. That's our contribution, sir.
All right. Alice Wafula. Alice.
I kind of like these topics, huh? They do show, like if you look at topic 1, pathways, and then topic 2, the panacea, and then herbal medicine, they sort of bring in some innovativeness. They're interesting topics. I would really go for them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Actually, for group 6, this is an area of concern. So there is promise that people may have here in trying to understand given conventional medicine and limitations it has, what can the herbal medication or medicinal plant or local or indigenous plant, whatever you call it, can bring on board. But now, the problem you have here is when you say local herbs. Local herbs, one, is a big topic. What local herbs are you interested in? Indigenous medicinal plants, also big. Herbal medicine, also big. Burden of chronic disease. Chronic diseases are so much. What do you want to focus on? Actually, when you have a title like this, it already scares funders because they know that this is not feasible. They want you to focus on specific things. What chronic disease are you going to? It's better to pick 1 or 2 that are related. What herbal medicines you are looking at? Choose 1 or 2 that are potential, that have promise. Okay, so and then your topic is also you have some aspects of informativeness, but it's also quite descriptive to the extent that I don't see that catchy. It's very descriptive. That catchy aspect that will attract me to this. There are, I mean, if you go to herbal medications in Africa, there are some names that you put here will bring people's attention to what is this? I've not seen this before. I want to know more about this. So please go back and work more on this. And think the same comments that were given to other groups also pertain to you as well. All right, you can stop sharing. Let's go to group 7. Who is presenting for group 7? All right, I have Nuha. Nuha, you cannot mute yourself and speak. Who is this group for? I want group 7. Nuha, are you
Hello?
Nuha, we're hearing you. Can you go on?
Yes, yeah. In group 7, we have chose the topic. My name is Nuha. I'm presenting on behalf of group 7. We chose the topic street children. And we have divided the topic into 2 sections or into 2 pathways. The first pathway is innovative research, and we have draft 3 titles. Street children characteristic and its influence on societal development, street children and societal development on Lagos Street of Nigeria, empirical analysis of street children in selected cities in Nigeria. In the second pathway, we have put another title also. This is like an NGO or finding solution for the problem. So the title is Compacting Street Children Menace through Vocational Training in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay. So Nuha, how do you want to combine these two? Is it the same project or you're doing two separate projects?
We have brainstormed these titles for the first one. In case we cannot find any studies that can we use it as a data for the second one. I think my group are interested in the second one more than the first one, but we came up if we cannot find recent data to support our grant. That means we have to do at least pilot study with this title from the first one, so that we can go for the second one.
So that is when you're doing the re-grant.
Yes.
Yeah, but anyway, let's see anyone who wants to comment to group 7. Group 7? Anyone who wants to comment? Yeah, I have Anifat. Anifat, you can unmute and speak.
Okay. And that I think what happens to others is still repeating itself in these group 7 topics. So I will only prefer the 2, the second one and the third one, because it's limited to Nigeria alone. But there is no solution to it, just like the one we presented the other time. So that's my my take for now.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I don't want to repeat the same thing I've been repeating. Group 7, the same comments that went to the other groups have gone to you. Please make sure that you are providing a solution, and that should be integrated into your title. This is quite descriptive. And one of the things I mentioned when I was presenting this is that you need to have that aspect of attractiveness, you know, that really portray this problem and what you're bringing on board. I still refer to group 1, the first topic. You can see the way, even though it was descriptive, but when you say flowers today, monsters tomorrow, I wouldn't forget it, but I've forgotten all the other things other groups have presented. So such kind of titles, you can see the difference it makes in the mind of a reviewer when he's looking at it is not only one project the reviewers get, they get several. And if there is no attraction, perhaps the reviewer is reading your application when he or she is tired, when there is noise, when there's distraction, you never know. But there's something in your project, and particularly in the title, that keeps the reviewer close by and look at your application. So please take note of that. Let's go to group 8. You can stop sharing group 7.
Thank you very much, bro.
Group 8, who is presenting? Simon, are you presenting for group 8? I don't see your group number on your name. Are you presenting? Simon, you can unmute yourself. And are you presenting for group 8?
Yes, I am.
All right. So go on.
Okay, so for group 8, we chose the topic on food security or sufficiency. And the 3 titles that we came up with are as follows. 1, Beyond Hunger, Enhancing Availability, Access, Utilization, and Stability of Food in Africa. The second one is Feeding the African Population, Simple Mechanized Irrigation to Increase Agricultural Production. And the third one, The African Woman, a Key Player to Food Security and Sufficiency. So those are the 3 titles that we brainstormed and came up with under the topic of food security and insufficiency.
All right. Any comment? Yeah, I see Anifat. Please go on.
Yes, the same thing still repeating itself, because in all the topics, we have Africa as a whole. I think so the author supposed to restrict it to maybe some one of the country. Then also, there is no actually solution to it. All the topics are majorly on descriptive titles. Thank you.
All right. Then I have Idris Salifu.
Okay. So it's a very nice topic though, but the first one is very catchy, but the intervention is mentioned there. And with regards to, and also as my sister said, it's also broad when you said you want to enhance food availability in Africa. It's very broad, as you have mentioned in the others presentation. Then also with the last one, the African woman, a key player to food security and sufficiency, is very good, but that place to the intervention to is also missing. That is what I've observed, please.
All right. Then I have John. John Injuma, please unmute and then go on.
Okay, thank you, Prof, and thank you all for the enormous contributions and the exciting topic. I will not want to repeat what has already been said. What I've observed in the other presentation is the use of capital letters. I would suggest that when writing our topic or titles, we should think about not using capital letter in the middle of the sentences or titles. Thank you.
All right. John is telling you from experience that he has attended the ASFI course on scientific writing, that some papers were rejected because of the font. All right. That also happens in the grant writing. I think one of the nuggets will tell us that the font of the application made them to reject. They didn't even review it, just the font. Okay. I will give one more space because there are a few short comment to this. I have is Chuku Frank Obi. You can.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I will just go straight for that second one. I think they can fine tune it. That beyond hunger in the first one looks a bit catchy, So if they can bring it to the second one, beyond hunger, simple mechanized irrigation to increase agricultural production, maybe in Lagos or anywhere. But I like that second one because it tells us the intervention they want to do, simple mechanized irrigation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then to add to that, actually, you see, when you say simple mechanized irrigation, what stops you from giving a name to the irrigation, the mechanized irrigation? If it's simple, put the name there. It then should be simple to put it there. So you don't hide the name and telling us a description of what it is like. Give us the name. You know, your title should change a mindset when people see it. Feeding African population. Actually, if I were you to do this now, I will include Mother Africa. Food for Mother Africa, for instance. That will even be more catchy than saying feeding African population. Okay, so you need to look for some terminologies, maybe in the society, it may be in the literature, it may be what people are used to or not used to. You bring that. I agree that when you say beyond hunger, that is catchy. Okay, because that is what every African leader will want to know. But you need to provide the context. Africa is a big place. To be frank with you, I don't know if you have I'm not saying you shouldn't do African-based research, but if you consider the resources that you will need to do it, particularly if you have not done anything in that before, then it becomes challenging even for the funder to really give you money to do such a project. Okay, so please take this into account and continue to refine your topic until Tuesday when we see what you have done. All right, let's go to group 9. You can stop sharing group 8.
Thank you so much. Points well taken.
All right. Yeah. As well, I guess you are the one presenting for group 9. Please unmute yourself and go on.
Yes, I'm presenting. Okay, please, can you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, for group 9 members, our area of concentration was on the continuous burden of infectious diseases. And our first topic was on antimicrobial resistance, abbreviating infectious disease burden. We're specific in Nigeria. Then the second topic is antimicrobial resistance in Nigeria, extent of infectious disease burden and remedies. Then the third topic goes as practice of self-medication and its effect on antibiotic resistance in Nigeria.
All right. Any comments? Any comment from anyone? Sorry, Azuma, just to ask you, when you say antimicrobial resistance, what do you really mean? What does that mean?
We mean resistance of microbes to conventional
microbes. So microbes resist medication, is it?
Yes, antibiotic medication.
Yeah, I get the point. You see, before somebody speaks, what you are trying to do here, this caught my attention. You say antimicrobial resistance. Okay. What stops you from saying stubborn microbes, something like that? Stubborn microbes. You know, when you have that, it overpowers what you have, your antimicrobial resistance, because this antimicrobial resistance is something that people are familiar with. And so somebody will not remember that so much because it's common. But when you have something that replaces what people know, it gives them opportunity to stay with you, your application. Okay. All right, let me give Anifat, just to mention that, Anifat, opportunity to speak, and let's see what she has.
Thank you, sir. You have spoken my mind about the antimicrobial.
All right.
Because even the reviewer might not even know much about the antimicrobial. I think what you have suggested is good. Likewise, the author doesn't put the the intervention on all the topics, though the topics are all good and restricted to Nigeria alone, but doesn't put the intervention on them. Thank you, sir.
All right. Balkishu, were you raising your hand? It's gone. All right. I have Sekagia.
Thank you very much. I'm raising a question relating to the antimicrobial resistance. That is a technical term, and it is a relevant technical term. When you say stubborn microbes might not necessarily be resistant. But when you put antimicrobial resistance, I mean, technically, to me, it's a very good word. Then my other suggestion to that, resistance is more specific to a particular microbe other than an area. So when we say in Nigeria, the microbial resistance in Nigeria doesn't sound to me right, because microbial resistance is particular to a microbe, possibly the case of this. Thank you very much.
All right, Sekagia, you look like a man in the field, and so I think it would be good to have conversation with Azwama, because some of these issues you have brought are technical, okay? And I'm not an expert to comment on them. So that Azwama, I hope you understand the aspect he's bringing on board. And I have Olalekon, please go on.
Thank you for the opportunity. The only one I see there is the one that has to do with the practice of self-medications and its effect on antibiotics resistance in Nigeria. I think they should create an intervention or a solution things there, but that looks like more like a research word. That's the only one that I say there. Others I'm okay with them. Thank you.
All right. Then I have Chioma Innocent, ideally.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think I agree with the speaker before the last one. When you talk about stubborn microbes, the microbe can be stubborn to heat, it could be stubborn to radiation, it could be stubborn to anything. That antimicrobial resistance puts the specificity we are looking for, but it's not catchy enough. That's what we're looking at. We can coin it in another way, but if we put stubborn microbes, I think it will take it out of context.
Thank you very much, and sorry for my ignorance. But yeah, you got a point. The point is getting something that is catchy. You understand, to draw people to your application. Okay, so please, Azwama and Group 9, work on that. Number one, you say aggravating infectious disease burden in Nigeria. That is a descriptive topic. Okay, that's a descriptive topic. It's not a project topic. So make it a project topic. What are you trying to solve here? Your money is to solve a problem. It's not to describe a problem. We have had enough of description. Many politicians you see this thing you're talking about, antimicrobial resistance. Some politicians just hear it from your mouth, speaking about it somewhere, and they go to their parliament and they expatiate it so much than you because they want attention. So we have too much people who are describing the issues. Less scientists provide solutions. So you need to bring that aspect, not to continue to describe the issue. And that also goes across the topics. Please continue to refine your title. Let's see what you come up with on Tuesday. All right, let's go to group 10. You can stop sharing in the group 9. We're speaking for group 10. Bakishu. Bakishu, you can unmute and yeah.
Okay, sir. Can I share my screen, sir?
Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bokisu Abdurrahman. I'm presenting on behalf of Group 10. And so we are looking at our clusters with our out of school youths, ICT, education, and security. And these are 3 suggested topics. The first one is promoting financial security through ICT skills acquisition for out of school youths in Katsina, Mara, Kampala cities in Africa. The second one is empowering of out of school youths in urban slum with ICT education for a secured environment. The third is the collaborative strategy for out of school youth empowerment with education in ICT for a secured environment. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so these are topics. Are they a title? Because I see suggested title slide number 4. Do you want to?
No, sir. No, sir.
You don't want to show that one. Okay.
No, sir.
All right. Who wants to speak? Azwama, is your hand a new hand or an old one?
Sorry, it's an old one.
All right. And Chioma Innocent, is that a new one? All right, then I have Bira Judith.
Thank you, Prof. I'm part of this group, but from the experience I've had from the audience, I would say that topic 2 and 3 are really general. They are not specific like the first one. So we really need to modify the 2. Thank you.
So you're conceding before we even make comment, Bira. Goodness me. Oh. How can you tell the teacher I failed, have mercy on me, when they have not seen your script? All right. Anyone who wants to comment on this? Well, I think group 10, clearly, we can see what you want to do. There's something we can see you want to do. But none of these topics is catchy enough. These issues you're describing here, financial security, ICT skills acquisition, out of school youth, they are important areas, and you can pick out catchy words to describe each of these areas. We see what you want to do. You want to promote financial security for ICT skill acquisition for out of school youth in these areas you have described, which is good. So we see what you want to do there, those you want to affect and the context you want to affect. And the same thing, the number 2, we don't know which context, as you specified in number 1 title. We don't know what context you're going to do this, but you see what you want to do there. And the same thing goes to number 3. We see what you want to do and those you want to affect, but we don't know the context you're going to do this. So refine that, but there is a promise of where you're trying to go with this, your topic, and then put some catchy aspect to this so that, these are important issues, they're societal issues that are very important, so that when they see it, they say, this is it. We have been waiting for this for a long time. Somebody now is thinking along the line we are thinking. So, okay. All right, group 4. Let me have mercy on you. Yeah, group 10, you can stop sharing. Let me have mercy on you. But next time, make sure you are ready to come up during your group. Let's hear from group 4. And make sure you don't take too much time to come up now. Otherwise, your access is denied. All right, who is sharing that? Can you raise your hand if you're the one sharing? Group 4, can you raise your hand who is sharing so that I can unmute you? Goodness me, group 4 is not ready. Okay, let's move on, my people. We can't continue to waste our time. All right, so let's take 10 minutes break. I think we have tried our best since morning. Let's take 10 minutes break and come back in 10 minutes. So 7 past the hour. All right, let's start. Let's start. I decided to spend time in the titles. As you can see, we have spent really a long time on it. And that is intentional. That is for you to appreciate the importance of every aspect of the grant. Honestly, I know some of you will come and say, I am writing the grant. Please, can you support me? Yes, I'm happy to do that. Okay. From the one we did last year, a number of people came and they succeeded. They got it. We supported a number of people and they got their grant. But be sure that the process we are going through this week is the same process we are going to. I will ask you to go and formulate your title. And we'll have the tools of what an impactful title is, because it can make a lot of difference in what you're doing. So please don't take it for granted. That aspect, don't take it for granted. It's very important. And you can see the difference it will make. Sometimes you apply and you don't succeed. And if the application you have applied is yearly or by annually, and you need to submit it again, sometimes it's helpful to modify the title, change the title. Yes, expert in grant writing will tell you that. Next time you are submitting, modify the title, which means that there is room for improvement in every aspect. We are going to come back to that on Monday. Don't miss Monday. Don't miss Monday, because we are going to talk about attitudes, characteristics, values of grant writers. Sometimes you think that, oh, I have written a document, but you need to have the right attitude even as a grant writer. That pushes you to the limit. We'll come back to that on Monday, please. All right, so we have gone through the title, spent time, and I hope you are going to capitalize on that to walk through your grant application process. Now, the aims and objectives, that is where we are going. Okay, many people fail in their grant application due to the way they have constructed their aims and the objectives. Many people fail due to the way they have constructed their aims and objective. Believe you me, some aims are unspecific, some are not well formulated, objectives not well formulated, but I'm going to give you a formula of constructing an aim that keeps your reviewers on their toes. Okay, so please let's go through this, and I'm happy for your contributions and questions. The project aims and objectives represent the heart of the matter. That is what it's called, the heart of the matter. This is the most vital part of the application. What you're going to do. how you're going to do it, what will be the results of what you're going to do, and what impact or value is it bringing. You see the 4 things I've mentioned. When you talk about aims and objectives, what comes to people is to investigate this, to study this. And that is why I told you from the beginning, the scientific writing is even from grant writing. When we say aims and objectives in grant writing, that is not what we mean to investigate this, to do this. It's beyond that. It's beyond that. It is more comprehensive. Okay? And then you're going to see it manifest here. The aims and objectives imbibes reviewers' confidence and conviction of your project. Yes. It attracts them. It makes them develop that confidence that, yeah, there's something here. Can I read all the proposal now? So in order to accomplish this, the aims and objectives should have a standout page. So one page dedicated just to the aims and objectives. The aims and objective page is a miniature of the whole project, which means if somebody takes your aims and objectives page, they're able to capture what you're going to do in the project, what the project is all about. They should be able to capture that. It's a miniature. Just that one page should provide the necessary information that are contained in your. And like the title, it should be measurable. It should not be descriptive. The aims and objectives page should not be descriptive. It should be measurable. And so it requires sufficient time to be invested in working through this. All right. This is adapted from the book Successful Grant Writing, the 5th edition. You can buy it, you can order it online and use it. The aims page is what is this called? You can type your this thing. What is this called? Type it on the chat box. If you know the name. Does anyone know the name? Nobody's typing anything. I said type the name on. People are raising their hands. I said type the name. I mean this picture you see here. What is it? What is it called? Somebody is already telling me his name. Well, my question. Yeah, I get it. Hourglass. This is called the hourglass. Okay, this is called the hourglass. That's what I want to hear. This is hourglass. By the time the hour goes, it's expected that these grains or sand, whatever, would have flowed to the side. Then you turn it again. Can you imagine? You know, I used to think, how did these guys come about this kind of situation, this kind of innovation they have here? How did they come about that? To construct this is not easy, okay? And to construct it to the extent that in 1 hour, what is here should go this way. That is a very sophisticated technology. If you think the sophisticated technology is the one we see, how the computer, this has been for decades, for ages, for centuries actually, this one here. And people were able to measure this, measure it accurately. It gives me wonder. Anyway, You may be asking yourself, why is he talking about hourglass? I'm talking about hourglass because the innovation that is required in hourglass is what you require in the EMS page. And actually, the EMS page should be constructed as an hourglass. The hourglass, you see, it has a solid base. If the base of the hourglass is not solid, it's not balanced, what will happen? Normally, the hourglass may tweak down and fall. This one has been constructed in the very nice way that it holds this thing here. But if most of these are in here, and this is not holding it, and this is not flat enough, the hourglass may shake and fall and break. The point I have in this hourglass is the same point that comes vividly to the EMS page. You will understand that clearly as we go. But I just wanted to introduce it here, that the technology here is sophisticated technology. And the technology of writing your EMS page should be a sophisticated one. Now, in this book, look at the recommendation that the EMS page should have 4 paragraphs. 4 paragraphs that describes the aims and objectives, and it is called the aims page. This one page. The first paragraph is the opening statement of problem, current state of knowledge, gap in knowledge, and importance of addressing the gap. The second paragraph is looking at the long range and short-term goals, funding mechanisms, proposal. You are responding to the purpose statement of the project, the central hypothesis or rationale of the work, any pilot work you have conducted, the investigator and environment of the investigator. The third paragraph is looking at the specific aims, hypothesis for each aim, methods for accomplishing the aims. And then the fourth paragraph describes outcomes and expectations, novelty and innovation, and impact the project is bringing. And so you can see, by the time somebody goes through your aims page, the person gets an idea of your project. That is what the aims page does. Not every funder has the same structure, but I tell you, you can, there's some flexibility in the way proposals are written. When you want to write proposal, many people go and use the scientific writing approach. They write background, introduction, they write literature review, aims. No, that is scientific writing. Okay, that is scientific writing. In the grant writing, we are telling a story that will make us to get the money. We are telling a story that is competing with other stories people are telling. For that reason, we should construct our story in a way that it outsmarts the others. All right, let's go through these proposals. EMS page, the introductory paragraph, and that is the first paragraph. Remember, there are 4 paragraphs that they should contain in the EMS page. 4 paragraphs, the introductory paragraph, and then the other paragraphs. So let's talk about the introductory paragraph. It introduces the project. It captures attention of reviewers. It highlights gaps in evidence on the topic and relates this to the funder's priority. And in this paragraph, there are 4 parts. Your EMS page should not be more than 1 page. Your EMS page should not be more than 1 page. So you continue to review it and make sure it fits 1 page. The first version you write should be you can write it as long as possible. It's easier to remove words than to look for them. Okay? So formulate this in 4 parts, if possible. The first part of the paragraph should be what we call the hook. The hook. The hook. You know what a hook is? You know what a hook is? Those who are fishermen or fisherwomen, what a hook is, you use it to catch the hook. And what is in the, you don't just, if you want to catch the fish, you don't just throw a hook into the water like that. Is there anyone who has practiced fishing here? Who has at least tried fishing here? You can raise your hand because we want to hear what you do. Who has had experience of using the hook to catch the fish? Yeah, I have Javs here. You want to tell us something? What do you do, Javs here?
Hello.
Yes, please.
We use the hook to put a little food on it, and then we throw it in the water.
You put a little food in the hook and throw it. What happens if you just throw the hook like just without any food?
Nothing, except if you, depending on what you want to catch.
Depending on what you want to catch.
Yes. Sometimes when you want to catch what is the name? This a frog or something like this. You have just to move it up and down in the water, and then it can swallow it.
You can swallow the hook.
Yes.
What if you want to catch? Let's focus on fish now.
Yes.
So can you throw the hook like that without the food to catch a fish?
No.
Why?
Because what make the hook interesting is the food you put on it.
The food. So the fish is smarter than the frog.
I don't get
the fish is only looking for the food.
Yes.
The fish is looking for the food, and then you want to be smart on the fish. Okay, thanks very much, Japsa. Let's see who is here. I have Kasim Akinwumi. What do you want to tell us?
Well, I raised my hand for the answer because you said who has practiced it.
Yeah, that's what I want to go ahead. So you don't want to say anything?
Well.
All right. Okay, many people have practiced it. So the point there is that, and why I'm bringing this, you see, when we are doing these things, they need to be brought home. If you throw the hook into the river without putting some food, you will stay there for a long time. Trust me. And you keep telling those who are calling you, come, you say, I'm coming, just wait. But you wait there for a long time. But if you add some fish, some food, some of the fishes have become smart these days, honestly. Even when you put, I don't know in some other countries, but I grew up in a state in Nigeria called River State. There lots of fishing goes on. The fishes, I heard it's fishermen, you go to the market, say, this fish is this amount. Why now? It's too much. It's not easy to catch it too. The fishes have become wise because it is not just by throwing the food in the water that you catch the fish. The fish are also getting smart. Anyway, what's my story about? We call this the hook or a bait. In the grant writing process, you use the same principle. You use a bait, use the food to catch the attention of the reviewer. So in the EMS page, you have the first paragraph. That first paragraph introduces your project, but there is an underlying goal you have there to catch the attention of the reviewer. You are like telling the reviewer, please read my application. But to get them to read your application, you need to hook them. You hook them by answering the question, what and why of your project. So the first paragraph should have 4 parts. The hook that addresses the issues of what and why of the project. Then part 2 should be what is known about the project. And part 3 discusses a gap in the knowledge in that field or on the topic. And part 4 is a critical need. So this is the first paragraph of the EMS page. And they have highlighted here using the colors to show these different parts. Part 1 is the hook. Viruses are thought to be involved in 15 to 20% of human cancers worldwide, thus providing critical tools to reveal common mechanisms involved in human malignancies. If a reviewer reads this, for me, I didn't know this information. Viruses are thought to be involved in 15 to 20% of human cancers. Oh, I never knew this. So for a reviewer, really, is this true? So you mean that the cancers we have are related to viruses too? The same viruses that are bringing coronavirus. Wow, these viruses are too much. Okay? These viruses are too much. You can see in the mind of the reviewer, something is going on. And the reviewer will want to know more. The reviewer wants to know more. So you have hooked the reviewer. And then what is known as the etiologic agent of adult T-cell leukemia, human T-cell leukemia virus type 1 is just such a virus. Okay? This virus encodes a potent oncoprotein. Sorry, this is not my field. This is not the field of many people, but the same principle appears whether you are in economics, you are in agriculture, wherever, that this first part catches the attention. This green part tells us the story of what we know. And this yellow part describes what we don't know. And this purple part describes what is critical about this knowledge. Okay? So what is the gap in the knowledge? Although the taxed oncoprotein has been shown to transform cells in culture and to induce tumors in a variety of transgenic mouse models, the mechanism by which tax transforms cells is not well understood. Get that? It's not well understood. Even though this is operating, causing us different problems, we don't know so much about how they operate. The mechanism by which they operate, we don't know. Okay? Currently, what is a critical need? Currently, a major obstacle in the field is that the transforming activity of tax mutant cannot be compared using available transgenic models due to random transgene integration site, variable transgene copy number, and inconsistent transgene expression levels, making it difficult to link the biological activities of tax mutant with their transforming potential. We know a lot too. There is gap, but even at that, there's a problem. There's a problem. We can't compare what is happening here due to different factors. So for that, this project has identified gaps and the need to address those gaps. Do you get what I'm saying? Is it clear? You can show it thumbs up. If it's not clear, please let me know, have your hand, and let's take some question at this time. All right, so the principle is M's page, 4 paragraphs. The introductory paragraph should introduce the project, and it has various aspects. The hook, what is known, what is unknown or the gap in knowledge, and the critical need. And that is why when we are looking at the titles, we emphasize the issue of what is your project going to solve? There should be a solution your project is bringing on board. So now, second paragraph. The second paragraph now, you see that the first paragraph has introduced the problem and the project. The second paragraph introduces solution to the identified gap in knowledge. And it convinces reviewers that you have the solution. You have the expertise and the track record. It answers the following questions. What do you want to do? Now you have found a problem. What do you want to do? Why are you doing it? How will you do it? Why are you the one doing it? Okay, and this should also be formulated in 4 parts. The first part is the long-term overarching goal. The second part is the hypothesis and objectives you are addressing. The third part is the rationale. What would the project solve? And the fourth part is the qualification. Why are you and your team the best to accomplish the project? All right. Now we have identified a problem in the first paragraph. To solve this problem, we will develop an innovative mouse model system in which to study tax tumorigenesis using targeted vectors containing wide type of mutant tax genes that are silenced by a preceding flux stop cassette. These are technical terminologies, of course, but here is giving us the long-term goal. To solve this problem, we will develop an innovative mouse model system in which to study this. This is the goal, the long-term goal we have. The long-term goal we have. It's not the objective, okay? It's not the objective, it's the long-term goal of the project. And then you have the proposal objectives coded in the yellow, okay? These vectors will be knocked in to the whatever locus of recipient mice by recombination. After crossing this mice with these mice, the stop cassette will be specifically exercised in developing demo sites where this and that. The key thing here is you have the long-term goal, and then you have the proposal objective, and then you have the rationale. The feasibility of our proposed mouse model is supported by the fact that these transgenic mice have been developed and produce a leukemia that closely resembles this. Thus, targeting of tax expression in cells in which the LCK promoter is active is expected to produce a similar disease in our model. And that represents the hypothesis and the payoff. In our improved model system, insertion into this will eliminate random integration site and standardized gene copy number, resulting in consistent levels of wild type and mutant tax protein expression. And this is the problem they identified that is making it difficult for things to work consistently. Yeah, some of you need support system to view if you're using phone, then it's a problem. If you're using small screen, then it's a problem. But in my own, I can go 2 meters and I'm seeing what is there because my screen is big. I can see what is there. I can read it from 2 meters, really. But some of you are complaining it's too small. What can I do? Anyway, let's continue. So the second paragraph provides a solution. The first paragraph introduces the problem, identifies the problem and the gap in the problem, and then indicates what the impact that this project will make in the first paragraph. And the second paragraph is now providing the solution. And in that solution, you are providing the long-term overarching goal, the hypothesis, and then, of course, rationale and qualification. All right, I have Yahaya.
Hello, thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest that even those using phone, they expand it to read the small writings, not necessarily leaving it beside it. If you expand it, will expand and be helpful.
All right, yeah, I know that you're really having big problem. Let me do what you have said. So you give me a minute. Is it better now? Those who have problem, is it better now? Okay, much better. All right, let's move on. Yeah, we are not the same, of course. So we have to be our brothers and sisters keeper. All right. All right, so what is happening here? The first paragraph introduces a problem as basic as that. I introduce it in an attractive way that it catches the attention of the reviewer and let them know that what you're trying to do is important and you express your importance. The second paragraph provides solution and highlights what you are bringing on board as the investigator and the hypotheses that are there. All right. The third paragraph now is the place where you describe your aims and objectives to test the hypothesis you have highlighted in paragraph number 2. You should use 2 or more sentences to address how you will test your hypothesis, okay? It's not sufficient to state the aims and objective and you go out from there. Remember, this is the aims page and it is a miniature of your project. I am sure many of you have not constructed your aims page in this way. I am sure of that. But I tell you, if you want your grant application to scale through, these are the things you do, and the reviewers will say, you know what you are actually doing. So use active voice, possibly both the active words you have used. All right. Include a brief aspect of approach to addressing the specific aim or objective. You can also use short headings for each aim or objective. Formulate this in 3 parts: aim or objective, approach and experimental strategy or methods, and then the outcome or impact. Now you can see 2 aims here. Okay. The aim is called the aims title, meaning that it may not state all the aims in the way you have it in the main document, but a summarized nature of that. Okay. Aim number 1, we establish an innovative mouse model for HTLV1 tax tumorigenesis. Okay, that is the aim title or objective title. Then you have experimental strategy, the methods you are going to address. Targeting vectors containing silenced wild type or mutant tax genes will be knocked into the ROSA26 locus of C57 BL6 mice. These mice will then be crossed with homozygous mice, these mice, thereby excising the stop cassette and generating mice that express wild type or mutant tax proteins specifically in T cells. So this M here has the M title here, the experimental strategy or method summarized, and then the outcome or impact that when this M is addressed, we generate. This is solid. This is solid. This is solid. And you need to capitalize on that. The second one, we examine the effect of mutations that disable specific biological functions of tax-mediated tumorigenesis. And here, tax can bind to and regulate the activity of members of this and that. Mice established in M1, that is what they want to do now in M2. Will allow us to compare for the first time the tumorogenetic potential of wild type and mutant tax proteins in an effort to identify pathways that are required for tax tumorigenesis. You can see that. This aspect many times overlap with each other, okay? But they're integrated in a very systematic way to show that you have what you're going to do, and then you have the outcome that will come. All right. Lungile, can you raise your hand? Let me recognize you so that you can speak. You said there are repetitions. Let me know what you mean. Can you raise your hand? Then I will recognize you, Lungile. Yeah.
Hi, sir. No, I was just feeling that throughout when you were busy looking at paragraph 1 and throughout to paragraph 3, it felt like there was repetition of what the aim is about, and I wasn't sure how to avoid that.
Yeah, it's not repetition actually. It is using the same terminologies, but the different paragraphs have their own specific goal they want to achieve. I see that you have this, is it the tax proteins and things like that you're talking about? Is that what you mean, Lungile?
Oh, I meant, no, I saw that on paragraph 3, the third paragraph, the aim was repeated, like aim 1 will establish innovative mouse model for this drug. And then also on the second paragraph, it was mentioned. So I wasn't sure whether if you can rephrase it
the
so that
second
it's not
paragraph.
repeated.
Yeah, so you see the second paragraph here is a solution. To solve this problem, we will develop an innovative mouse model system in which to study this. So this is the overall Okay, it's a overall summary. But now in the third paragraph, become more specific to state the different aims that fall into that solution that provided in the second paragraph. Okay, so this is building step at a step. I don't have social science example here. That is a problem when you have interdisciplinary, but the concept is the same. Paragraph 1 introduces the problem. Paragraph 2 gives a solution to the problem. And then paragraph 3 is where you state the specific aims to the solution and then provide a summary of the steps you are taking and what comes out when you have taken those steps in a summarized way. Okay, I have Chioma Innocent ideally.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I'm kind of confused. I don't know. Because in academic writing or scientific writing, you have your aim, which is general. Then from there, you now have your specific objectives. But I'm seeing M1, M2. I can't really place. Can you clarify on that?
Chioma, you see, I have been emphasizing this from yesterday to say that actually scientific writing is different from grant writing. And I've said that, that is where people make mistakes when they try to bring on board the way they write scientifically to publish into the grant writing. These are two different landscapes. And that is why in ASFI, we have a course on scientific writing, and some of you have attended that. And then we have a course on grant writing. There may be some assumption that, well, I have attended scientific writing before, I don't think this grant, but those who have attended scientific writing, I'm not sure whether you think what we are doing here this week is the same thing as you have studied in December. Okay? So the issue is that they are different. They are different contexts, and you need to learn the skill for different contexts. If you're writing to publish a paper, you're writing to publish a book, it's a different thing from when you're writing to get money. And I've told you, this is the approach that you need. All we have been talking about here since morning is the title, is the aims page. In the academic writing, believe you me, we would have gone far. We have gone far. But in grants, we are talking about money. And I tell you, those who are taking a decision about money, they need to have it in a different way. And you have no flexibility, really. They begin to tell them, I want it my own way. No, you have to go in that way that they require it. All right. Mori.
Thank you. I'm really learning, and I'm a social scientist. What you are presenting as an example applies so well for pure sciences because things are controlled and can quantitatively be qualified. But for us in social science, I'm an anthropologist. Sometimes we may not even use hypotheses. We may just use research questions. And now we have a real solution. Now, is it possible to have an example also where we have a qualitative approach, a qualitative study?
I don't have qualitative study, but more just to intercept you there.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whatever you're doing.
Yes.
If you're doing qualitative study, the main thing there is that you are going to solve a problem. That is what you want to solve. The whole story I've been telling you here is that your application should be constructed in a way that puts the reviewers on their toes. Whether you're doing qualitative, you're doing engineering proposal, you're doing computer science, you're doing anthropology, you're doing humanities, you're doing theological projects, you're doing medical projects. What you want to achieve is to get that money. And to get that money, you need to write your application in a way that the reviewers can follow, understand. In fact, you see, I used to tell people, because I have had interest in the area of communication, science communication. I've had interest, so much interest in that area. And in the last few years, I have been thinking of how to communicate my research to non-scientists. And I've told you the project we did is a concern, because my way of thinking about science is really providing solution to the societal problems. Now, if you want to communicate, many times those who communicate don't know the amount of power they have. You see the news broadcasters there, they have so much power there that if they mess up, they can set a society on fire. If they mess up there, just broadcasting the news and say something, it can set society on fire. They have so much power. And that goes to a scientist. You have so much power that you tell your reader to sit down, to stand up, to walk, whatever you want your reader to do. You have the power of the pen. You can do that. So the point I'm making here is that if you use that power appropriately in your application, you can move the reviewer. You can move the reviewer to tears. You can move the reviewers. Instead of he has planned to read 5 applications in a day, you can move the reviewer to focus on your own application. And that does not depend whether you're doing social sciences or qualitative or whatever. The EMS page, even if in your own area, you don't have a construction like this to have the EMS page, whatever you have, the goal is for the reviewers to understand that there is a problem. You have identified the problem. You have the solution. And then you can easily articulate those solutions in an objective way. I know that, yes, this example may be technical. It doesn't matter. If you give me a qualitative research here, I will read it to understand what is there. There is a principle and a tool I'm giving you here, that your EMS page should not just be a place where you describe what you are going to do. In the context of grant writing, there are other ingredients that make that story sound well, convincing. And those ingredients are the things I am providing for you here. It doesn't matter how technical, it's not the technicality that is issue, it's a principle here. Okay, first paragraph introduces the problem, introduces the gaps in the problem, and the second paragraph looks at the solution and the impact the solution will bring. And of course, the third paragraph is now becoming the specifics of those solutions. Okay, and how you're going to solve them in summary form. Okay. Yeah, so the idea and the principle, yes, I have Bakishu, you want to speak?
Sir, thank you, Prof. Sir, I think I want to comment on the issue of communication. One of the things you mentioned, that there could be a kind of the person that your reviewers might not be in your field. It was actually very surprising to me. I was surprised about that. But one thing I learned, because I took a course on that science communication, is that you should do away with scientific jargons as much as you can. But looking at this example, just like you said, it's technical. So I now begin to wonder that this kind of review, do you still have somebody that is not in one's field? Because to me, it's very technical.
Yeah, this is technical.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's not every application, because you said something. avoid scientific jargon if it's possible.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes it is not possible.
Okay.
Sometimes you cannot call coronavirus something else. You have to call it that name. And now, if you're studying it to the biological mechanistic pathways, then it is really very difficult to call it another name. Okay? You are forced to use those technicalities. And now, when you submit those applications, and those calls have special calls for those kind of, and so when you submit it, the funders understand this situation, and what they will do in that kind of context that are exceptional, they will invite key personnel who have expertise in those contexts. But in the generality of the grant applications, believe you me, it's not always the case that they are sent to the reviewers who are subject experts. So you have to know that. And because of that, one thing you have said here is that when you did scientific communication, you said you should write it as if everybody is reading it.
Yeah. We're told to be conscious of our audience.
Make it simple. And that goes when you are, you see, that is why when you write scientific papers and grant application, they are different, because scientific papers, you have allowance to become as scientific as possible. But when you're writing grants, many of the people who are in charge of your money you want to get are business people. And they don't have those expertise. So you need, and that is why, honestly speaking, if you go to some institutions that have places where people support in writing, they have more of people who write grants than scientific papers, because grant writing requires more effort to make them more simple than scientific writing. So what I'm giving here is really principles which you can adapt to different fields you operate. All right, I have Alice here.
So I notice you are you can use either aim or objectives to come up with this particular section. For instance, you have aim 1, then you have aim 2, which is similar, in my opinion, to an objective. So how would you then, according to this scientific grant writing, capture all this in a title without necessarily using catchy words or phrases?
Yeah, I mean, the title is the title of your project. Okay.
Yes.
So the title is the summary of what your project is going to do in a title form. Really, you can't put everything there. So that is why you need to sit down to construct the title. And what we have gone through today in the first part of this course is to show you how you can think about your title, how you can formulate it. And I gave you this formula: extract keywords across the different parts of your application, from the introduction or background, from the aims, from the method. Extract keywords, arrange them into sentences, and then you begin to construct your title from there. But whether you call this section, you call it aim or you call it objective, it's not really the issue. Many people get into so much debate about these things, but really we need to live beyond that. Aims and objectives, they are more or less the same thing. They are synonyms. So if I change this here now to, if I change this to objective number 1, it doesn't make any difference.
Okay.
Many times you say, well, this is an aim, this is objective, this is a research question. It doesn't. The issue is, what problem are you solving? We should live beyond some some terminologies that, sometimes they become even difficult to defend what you're trying to defend. So that is why I have aims or objectives paragraph, because they can be used interchangeably.
Okay. That's fine.
All right. So the final paragraph of the EMS page, is a paragraph where you create the firm broad base of the hourglass. The hourglass is back here again. Is a paragraph where you have the part that brings innovation to your project, the expected outcomes or output at the completion of the project, and then the impact, the big picture, vision, or societal impact of the project. We'll come back to these things here, I think tomorrow or so, when you talk about what is different between the second part and the third part. At least innovation, you understand that, and that is what is innovative about your project. Then the second part is expected outcomes of the project. So when you finish the project, what are the things that will come out of that project directly from the project? All right. The impact is a big picture. What will come out of the project indirectly that can influence other things? Okay. I hope you got that. So this is where the hourglass comes. You start from narrower things, and then you go to the bigger things. It gives it a solid base. The last paragraph gives your EMS page a solid base. You are now describing what we have been talking about this week. What societal problems will my project solve? Okay. Now I take, for example, you have out of school problems. Okay. And then your project is to your project is to solve this out of school issue. And what does the out of school cause eventually? Crime rate, unemployment, and so on. At least these two can come out of school. All right. Now your project wants to solve the problem of out of school. What does it solve? It brings the children back to school, or give them skills. If the parents can train them in the school, give them skills to learn. Okay, that is what your project solves. Send them back to school or activity they can use, they can do. All right. Okay. So you send them back to, that is what your project directly solves. Okay. Okay. So you bring them back to school. But what is it? What is it that this will solve? It will solve insecurity problem. That is the societal impact. It will solve the issue of unemployment. Even though your project does not target these things directly, those are indirect impact your project is bringing. So I hope you can see the difference between expected outcomes and impact. But I will talk about impact more tomorrow, I think. Yeah, they said the proposed studies will establish a new mass model that will overcome current limitations, that is innovation, and provide greater insight into the mechanism of This tax tumorigenesis, knowledge that is currently lacking, and that promises to yield novel insight into viral and cellular biology expected outcomes. The new and improved mouse model for tax tumorigenesis will provide a valuable resource for the wider scientific community to pursue a multitude of studies that have not previously been possible due to limitations of existing mouse models of tax. Impact or payoff. So these aspects are not addressed in this project, but they are offshoots or payoff that will come when these outcomes of this project is achieved. So the M space, so to summarize, has 4 paragraphs. The first paragraph introduces the project. The second paragraph provides solutions. The third paragraph provides specifics of the aims and how each aim will be solved. And somebody is asking the question, can know if there is a specific number of objectives for each program? No, there is no limitation, but please don't solve the whole world. It's better to be strategic, okay? Strategic thinking when you do your project. Don't think of finishing everything in 5 years when you are the age of 35. You still have more years. So you can keep some others and apply for them next time. So don't put all the word there. Just take 4 or 5 marks and work on that. All right. Any question? Any question? Alice, is that a new hand or an old hand? Any question? Is it a mouthful session? Is it clear enough? Okay, I have Ifeanyi.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof, for this wonderful lecture. Yeah. It's been overwhelming, I must say. And then, but I think I got confused somewhere. Usually, I think in terms of, stating the objective, so to say, one might want to go from the general to the specific. But in this case, in your ending, I mean, as you're landing, sir, you tend to say, I don't know, maybe I got it wrong, from the specific to the general, so to say. So I wouldn't know. Please, would you mind throwing some more light on that aspect, sir?
So you mean in this last part here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here is that you are actually summarizing. You are actually summarizing what your project will bring on board. This is where you summarize it. Okay. And in summarizing that, you are moving from specific project-related outcomes. And then you have to give an indication of what the bigger picture will be. And this is where it should be. You can't start from the bigger picture because you need to tell them what your project solves. And that's, you start first. And if your project solves that, what will be the indirect impact of that solution your project is bringing? All right, let's see if we have. I have Olalekon and then John.
Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity, sir. I just want to suggest that the book on Gitling, I use as an example.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. The book on Gitling that you used.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can share the copy with the platform on our Google Drive.
You have it. We have it online.
I have the book.
Okay. Yeah. Please do that. You can send it. You can send it to me, and then I'll put it.
I'll send it to you. I've already sent it to my group already, so I'll send it to you now.
Okay.
I'll send your personal mail, sir.
All right. Thank you.
That's what I want to ask a permission for. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah. Then I have John.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. It has been an exciting message to us, but I'm just worried. So in some places they've talked about, for instance, public health implications or implications for this study are, and now you're talking about impact. How are they different, please?
They are not different. They are not different.
Okay, thank you.
So in grants we use impact. Okay, impact, and that is a common word. Of course, you can use implications, but impact is a fancy word we use nowadays. Okay, so and that goes across board. You know, so public health implication relates to the public health. But if you tell somebody the impact of my project, it goes across discipline. All right. Let me see. I have Sekagia.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I've not understood the relevance of the hourglass in this perspective.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yes, it has a broad base. So does it have a broad top?
Yeah,
And
we are looking at what is inside. The flow of what is inside.
Yes.
It is what is inside that makes it stand firm or falls.
Yes.
You understand? So as you see it here, it's smaller up, but is heavier down.
Yes.
So you start from specifics of your project, and then you move to the larger picture of what your project contributes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then I have Javsia.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about the impact of the research. At the beginning, you said that the people who have to read the proposal may not be the specialist of the area on which we are writing it. So, and here, the third part of the section concerning the third paragraph, you say that the project must have a societal impact. Since when you are writing, sometimes it is technical aspect that we write on it. How to do to show societal impact of such a research?
Yeah, you know, our investigations are in different phases. Okay, scientific investigation. You may have those who are working just in the lab. I have colleagues who are working with very tiny molecules. Okay, and those of us who are working with human beings, and those who are working with very tiny molecules, one of the questions they always ask is, what is society? I don't know what societal impact is. Yeah, there's societal impact. Why not? If you're discovering drugs and your goal is to test those drugs in mouse model, you have a bigger goal actually for doing that. Your goal is not only to continue to test this in mouse model. If those drugs work in mouse model, what happens? Then they will follow the pathway and go to become usable by human beings. And that is that is your societal impact. What you're doing in that small lab has transformed to what people can be used. It may follow different stages from what you have done, but eventually that is your overall goal, to solve these problems and help either diseases or whatever. So for every project, there is always a societal impact that project will bring. The issue now is, how do you construct it? I think that is a question. But you can't know how to construct it if I don't know what project is about. Japsi, I don't know if this helps you.
Yeah, my worry is just about how it may not be, how the impact can be evaluated in society, because for me, it can be really teeny impact, it can have really teeny impact on society when it's not considered by someone who is a specialist.
Yeah, so what happens is that, you know, the societal impact is not a direct outcome of your study. It is what do they call it? Ripple effects. It's ripple effects your project will bring in the long term. It may be 10 years from now. We are developing this, but you need to state it so that it is clear to the reviewers how your project may have impact in the society. It's very, very essential part.
Okay. It's clearer now.
Yeah, John, do you have, is that a new hand or an old hand?
Prof, it's a new hand.
Okay.
I was a little bit worried based on the last speaker's questions, because it made me to think about looking at impact on two fronts. Impact may be positive, as it's a ripple effect, and it may be negative. So imagine a situation where we want to construct a dam, the project, and the project is successfully awarded a grant. Now, in creating this dam, we know probably will generate electricity. But now that will be another impact that people will now benefit from power supply that will give them the ability to do what they could not do before. Also, there becomes another impact, which will be deforestation. So does the reviewer, in a way, look at the impact in both ways, the negative effect or the positive effect, or how is it done?
Yeah, so that is where, John, you need to be smart. You know, in many grants, there is always, they ask, what are some of the risks associated with this project? Okay.
Yes,
so now you have given the benefit and also the risk. As a good applicant, to be sincere, and as a scientist, because your concern is always the society, you can highlight the benefits, the positive impact, and then you can also indicate the associated risk that may come from this project. And now, deforestation, what could be solution to it? Can we solve it, even though this project brings benefit to us? Can we solve the risk that will come? Possibly. And so you can highlight possible solution that can come to ameliorate the risk that is associated with this project. Many grants applications always ask you to indicate benefit and associated risk. Like, it's not that it will make your application not to go through, but it gives an indication that you have thought about these things carefully, and you are honest about them.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
All right. So let me see what the time is now. We have 22 past the hour. I think I will send you. No, yeah. Group one before we go for our lunch. Yeah, group one. Now it's time to get the nuggets you have. Who is presenting for group one? And group two, you get ready immediately after the lunch for your own nugget. Group one, who is presenting for you? Idrisu.
Please, I'm sharing so that Oduaro can present. So one of my members is present.
Yeah, can you share?
Please, I'm sharing, please. Okay.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Please.
All right, thank you. Well, good everyone. This is our nugget for group 1. We actually reviewed or looked at a paper by Collins Evans, submitted to Nature publication, and the title is Early Career Funding Sources. And it says, you will not find what you do not seek. I think this is actually very catching. It tends to reiterate what Prof has already told us about. There's grants being a sort of welfare. So you need to be all out for it and be ready. So he tried to narrate his journey. And then in the process, he said he was actually conducting, carrying out his postdoctoral study. And then he tried to submit for a grant. He was actually rejected, even though he actually got to the final stage of that, that pursuit, but he was rejected. And of course, like everyone, we've often faced rejection one time or the other, but he tried to tell us about being resilient. What is it he's not doing well? He had to go back to his drawing board, and then he realized, some of the things he didn't get. And that grants actually is it actually has to do with competition. So it's a lot of competition in it. So he said his financial support for early researchers is highly competitive. Probably he was, like we said, maybe it was his first attempt, and so he had to go back. And one thing he actually did is to look at strategies where he could be able to cope, and then be able to get what he wants, and that is the winner's mentality, like mentor here rightly mentioned to us. So he went out. Collins actually went out, and then he drafted some principles, like 4 principles, for which will help him, to actually get what he wanted. Now, the first principle is transparent, and that has to do with some of the statements we have in terms of ethics. We talk about the Singapore statement where we talk about, being honest. He opened up and he realized that, okay, probably there is need for much work to be done. He opened up in the process, and supervisors were at least able to grant him the go ahead. So he made his supervisors, some of them, please help me review this. It could be, look at this work for me. Am I getting this? Am I on the right path? Even though they may be very busy, but at least he was able to get a go ahead to, to say, okay, you have our support. You can go, go for this, do this or do that. Cross this, dot this eyes and all that. Then another thing is he cast his net. Wide, cast a wide net. So he realized that since most grants that are being, on advert are actually highly competitive, he tried to look around, within him. He discovered some niche that, are not crowded. It could be just like what Prof already told us about. Dangote could also give a grant. We sometimes we look for something elsewhere, but it could be within us there. So he tried to look within, and then was able to, secure some grants, such as apply to charitable bodies, pharmaceuticals, and he was able to get these thrombosis grants in the UK and the rest of them. So that's to say his cast is net widely. He did not actually put all his eggs in one basket. Another thing is attention to details. He pays attention to details. He was able to, to look at, a wide scope, look at areas that are of felt needs, and then he doesn't leave any stone untouched. Could be that most people are looking at something very, prominent. Another person could be doing that same thing, but there's something we know that is troublesome, that is a very big challenge. So he pays attention to details. He became inquisitive and looked out for every possible means of funding. Then also, he learns from his mistake. That's one of his final principles, because he realized that some of those rejections he had were not just to be left like that. He was able to, redraft, he was able to look at them, cross some T's, dot some I's, effect the corrections that the peer reviewer suggested. And he actually sent them to other grants, and, it gives him a thumbs up, and he was able to, get some of the grant. Next slide, please. All right, so this is what there is. That's what we're able to do in our group. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much for that fantastic insight. And all right, so thank you for your presentation. Idris, if you can stop sharing. I think this adds value to what we are discussing these days. To tell you, some people have had this experience. So you are not alone. What is required is you to learn from where you are and to do better. I believe that we can do it. Okay, it's time to go for the lunch break. I believe that you have had enough this morning. Yes. So go and refill, and then we'll come back to push on so that you can actually start doing these things. You have time to, by Tuesday next week, goodness me, you will see that we'll all be smiling because your application would have been ready, and then we'll see what you have done all this while. So let's come back 15 past the next hour, and that will be 15 past 12 o'clock, 12 noon GMT. And of course, you can convert that to your local time. I see Anna. Anna, you have a quick question before we go? Anna?
Yeah, it's not a question, it's a request. Can you resend group 3 into our room, please? We have issue we need to finish before going back to lunch.
Group 3, you are presenting your nuggets before we go the last session later. So get ready for that. Group 2,
yes,
you are presenting after the lunch. Yes. Okay. So I can send it to your group.
Okay, thank you.
Any group that wants to join their group, you can join. Otherwise, it's lunchtime. You don't need to join the link. All right. Welcome, everyone. I hope you have had a good lunch. Let's walk through. All right. Oh goodness me, some people are still in the column. So let me bring them in. Any question while we wait for people to join? Any question? Any question? Some people are coming from the breakout session, so let's give them a minute and so if you have any question, challenge, please. All right, I think most people are here now. We can kick off. Group 2, give us your nuggets. And group 3, be getting ready because we are going to have a short presentation before I send you to your groups now. So group 2, who is presenting for group 2? The nugget for group 2. Please raise your hand if you're here. I see many group 2 members here. What is happening to group 2? Goodness me. Nobody's even speaking for group 2. Okay. Rolayo. You can speak now, you're muted. I've asked you to unmute. Rolayo, Muset, I've asked you to unmute yourself. So unmute.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We have our presentation. I think Omobola is not yet back.
Is your Omobola that is presenting for you?
Yes, sir. We had it ready since yesterday night.
Yeah, but you're not ready now. Is it Omobola that is presenting for you?
Yes, sir. She has the
Okay.
slides.
Omobola,
She's not yet here.
Omobola, are you ready?
She's not yet in the...
I think she is. Omobola, you need to raise your hand so that I can allow you to unmute. Is it Olabisi that is presenting?
No, I'm not the one, but if I have the slide, I'll make the presentation. So Rola, if you have the slide, can you please project it? I will present.
Omobola, all fingers are pointing at you. Can you raise your hand, Omobola, then I allow you to present, to speak out. Okay, group 2, I think we have to skip you because we want you to be ready, and that is why I mentioned before we went out. It seems that you are not giving us what we want to get from you this afternoon. All right, let's go to the background and significance. We have discussed the M's page, and you can see how that is formulated. Something that you need to think about carefully and work on it. I think most, or if not all the grant applications will usually require you to give a background to the topic. Okay, a background to the topic. And this is also not exactly the same thing as you do when you're writing a scientific paper. It's similar, but there are other things you add to it. In some places, it is called state of the art. State of the art means that topic you have decided to pursue. What do we currently know? What is happening in that place? What are the findings? What are the things we don't know? So once you have your compelling aims and objectives written, this is really the next thing you need to work on. So why are you doing this project? And how will you be conducting it? Okay. What is your motivation? What is your underlying rationale for doing it? What do we know of this topic? All right. So, state of the art. The background, we usually review the literature. You know, when people are asked to review the literature, they think what is required is to bring all the publications on that topic and review them. That is not what is required. As I said, it's a place for describing the state of the art on that topic. So you review the literature, but your emphasis is to capture those aspects of the topic that are important and necessary to support your application. It is not trying to make reviewers understand that you know the field. Nope. That is not what is required. Okay? It is with the motivation to situate your topic in order to allow reviewers to understand that this is an important issue to deal with. Is it clear so far? Is it clear? Or you have question? Mori, do you have question?
Yes, sorry, Prof. You talked about background and significance, and you started by saying it is also called a state of the art. I'm just asking, is it the same as using the literature to highlight gaps in knowledge?
That is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the point I'm making here is that usually when you set out to do your background and do literature review, many times you go out to try to prove to the reviewers that you know what the literature is speaking to the extent of bringing everything to bear. That is not what this is required. The background here is to situate your topic, okay? Situate it so that the reviewers will see where the topic is coming from, what is known, what is unknown, and why is it important to pursue this topic in the first place. For those who said it's not exactly clear, is it clear again up to this time? Up to this point, is it clear or not? I'm taking it easy. You can see that. So that we can all be on the same page. Because if we are not, then the job is not done. I see some hands. I see Alice. Alice, do you have a problem?
Not a problem, sir. Just again, clarification. If we talked of strengths and opportunities, like a SWOT analysis, would that be it?
Well, in the background, okay,
yes.
in the
Yes.
background, when you have stated where you're coming from, what is the need, what is known, what is not known, and then you have the significance. The significance is a place where you highlight the importance of this topic. Okay? So the SWOT analysis can fall into this, but it depends on how you play the game. Okay, so you don't play the game by just going to provide SWOT analysis. You have to put into the context of what we know, what we don't know, and what will come out if this study is done. Okay? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then I have Ahmed, Osman, Ahmed.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I'm asking if you allow me to ask.
You want to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, can you speak up because you have a background noise there?
Okay. I'm asking if it's the same as the background which we write in a paper in the papers and research.
To an extent it is. To an extent it is, Ahmed. To an extent it is not. Okay. You know, what you're doing here in the paper is you are reporting what you have done. Okay. So when you write the background, you are writing it with the knowledge of somebody who has done the study and you have your finding. Okay. But here you are writing it as somebody who sees a problem that needs to be solved. You have not solved it, but it's a problem. And if you solve it, there's a potential that is going to make an impact in that area you're looking at. So the frame of mind when you write this is different from when you are writing it as a scientific paper. So for that reason, you review the literature first to highlight what is known, what is unknown, what people have done. And then there is this aspect of the significance that is integrated into the background. And that significance provides why that topic is important, why in the first place you need to do it. And if you succeed in doing this, what are the potential of your study to the field of study? And I tell you, if you do not situate your topic very well and make it important, it may cost you some score. So it's a place where you argue for the need of it. Is it the right time to do it? Do you have sufficient evidence that what you're trying to describe is workable? All right. So you need to summarize the literature and examine the nature and magnitude of the problem, and then the potential that this problem will bring. And when you're highlighting a problem, there are things you can do. You can use, for instance, publish reports, local and national data, government statistics. One of the groups was talking about antimicrobial resistance. Why is this a problem? What is the magnitude of this problem? If the solution you bring is used, what will be the resultant effect of that solution you bring to that problem you are bringing? Is it clear so far? Any question? Kazim, you have your hand up. Is that an old hand or new hand?
It's a new hand.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. Prof, I was getting a bit confused.
I know.
And that is because some of the things here have been actually taken care of in the aims and objectives page.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't know how we reconcile that, sir.
All right. Now Kazim comes. Is there anyone who is thinking the same way? Because I know this question will come. It always comes. Is there anyone who is thinking the same way? Nobody. Okay, Kazim, you're alone. But I will attend to you.
Thank you.
So the EMS page, if you remember, I said it is a miniature of the whole project. And when I say it's a miniature, it means that aspect of the methods you have used will be integrated there. Aspect of the significance will be integrated there. Aspect of the impact will be integrated in the EMS page. So in the EMS page, you are borrowing some summarized facts from their different sections, from the background and significance, from the methods, from the impact. You're borrowing some summarized facts and bringing them to the EMS page. So it's a miniature. So somebody reading your EMS page is able to have an idea of what you are trying to do. And that idea will give greater motivation now to the person to read the whole application. That is why the EMS page is very important, because it gives you opportunity to capture the attention of the reader to now read the whole application. So the significance and the background and significance part you have included in the EMS page is small, and then the person will now read it in detail in this section that is solely devoted to. Yes, you can say it can be likened to an abstract, but it's not an abstract, because even in the grant application, they have an abstract or a summary. So it's not exactly the abstract. The abstract will be smaller than the EMS page. Okay. In some places, the abstract is 200 words, but the EMS page has specific approach. In the abstract, they may ask you to arrange it as background, aims, methods, and conclusion. But the EMS page, it has 4 paragraphs. The first paragraph sets the pace on what the problem is, so introduce the problem. The second paragraph produces the solutions. The third paragraph now gives specifics of the aims and how you're going to address it and the impact that each aim will provide. And then the fourth paragraph will give you the base of the EMS page. So the EMS page is not exactly the same thing as the abstract, but they can share different elements. Okay. All right. So you can draw your motivation for that topic from research reports, from local and national data and government statistics, and it is here you motivate why the project is important. Okay, I see Izuku Frank Obi, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for this explanation. But then this M page, I thought I've understood it when I started thinking that it's looking like the abstract. Well, now when you explain again, I started wondering that the actions in this thing, okay? So in the end page, I also, it gets a bit of the whole work.
Yeah.
But then you now say that it's bigger.
Yeah.
Than the abstract.
It's bigger. It's bigger, and the structure is different.
Before now, that it has to be in one page. So must it be in one page, or can it overflow into another page?
So that is a problem.
That's
you
what
see.
I want to know.
We encourage you to put it in one page. You see, we are talking about snappy. Don't bore your. If in fact, if I give you M page, you can write 10 pages. But the thing is that the principle is that bring it to one page. The reason is that your story may be sweet, but you have in the economics they have what they call this utility curve, where you reach and then you begin to see that what did they call it, begins to drop down. Begins to drop down. So your reviewer does not have the whole time in the world to look at your MS page and then begins to go to page 2. Their utility curve begins to drop down. And you don't want that, because you want them to actually read your main application. Your story may be sweet. It may be a fantastic project you have put up there, but also know that regardless of the situation, don't make it too long. So try to fit it within one page. And if you start on time to work on your application, I promise you, somebody's telling me diminishing return. Thank you for that. So you get a point where you begin to find. So if you start on time, you see that you will perfectly fit it within one page before its submission time. So try to fit it within one page. And that is why we call it M's page. We didn't say M's pages. M's page. Now, to also clarify again, the M's page is not the same thing as a abstract. The M's page is part of the whole body of the application, but it's a section where you describe the project in a miniature form, and the M's are included in that place. Okay. I think tomorrow we are going to discuss the method section or the approach. Okay. Then you begin to see another thing that will come out there. That the M's we have stated in M's page are brought up again. Okay. The M's page, the M's of the project are brought out again to the methods part. Tomorrow we are going to look at that, and then you see another surprise too. And many of you will ask questions, but why is this like this? But trust me, follow what I'm telling you, then you see there's a difference that is made. So the M's page is not exactly the abstract, the share element, because the abstract some foundation have a structured abstract. So they have the structure and they tell you to put certain things in certain ways. Some may have unstructured, they call it summary, and they give you 200 words, 250 words, 300 words to summarize. And then you do that. But the M's page is giving different sections. The first paragraph of the M's page relates to the background. Okay. The second paragraph relates to the significance, if you want to align it in that way. The third paragraph relates to the aims and methods part. And then the fourth paragraph relates to the impact your project will be giving or having. Okay, and part of the significance as well. So the background we are talking about here is a place where you set the context for your study. You highlight what we know, what we don't know, what your study brings when you complete it. So you have to really situate this problem. Now, I was using the antimicrobial group or project to illustrate. You know, you may have a fantastic idea, but the societal situation or impact yeah, somebody's asking if a project involves 2 or more organizations, can this info be stated in the EMS page? If so, in which of the paragraphs? You know, you can play your games here. It's really difficult. It depends on what you want to include. If, for instance, you are these 2 groups are leading groups in that area, you can bring it to the 4th paragraph to say the innovation we are bringing here is being executed by the 2 leading groups in this area in Africa. Okay, it highlights that you have the capability. You can also bring it on the 3rd paragraph where you're describing. So it depends on what you want to discuss about the group. All right. Okay, Leah, you have a question.
Thank you, Prof. What I want to say is, what if the what if the funder has already give the template to fill in? So which might inquire more paragraph? What can be happen? Thank you.
You mean a paragraph? You mean for the EMS page?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if the funder gives you and has more paragraph, then you have to align to that. Okay, you have to align to that. You don't move away too much from the funder. But one thing I want you to know is that the elements we are discussing in this course will usually fall into the element most funders will request. Where they want you to put those elements is a different thing. But the issue you're addressing will find a place to be included in most funders' requirements. Is it clear to you, Leah?
Yes, thank you. It is.
Okay, so take the literature, review it, provide context where you know, when I describe this to my students, I tell them this. Imagine you are taking the train, or imagine you are taking the airplane. And when you start, the pilot may say things like this: this flight is bound for this place. Okay. In many cases these days, you have one stop. So let me not use the flight. Let me use the train. The conductor of the train, as the train is leaving, would say, this flight is leaving from station A and going to station Z. We will be stopping in these different stations before Z. And the name of the pilot, the driver is this, for instance. And we have a coach where you have restaurants. You can take your food. You also have tables. We have toilets. Please, welcome on board. Relax. And if you have any question, come. Okay. So what you have done is that you have provided a context for those who are on the train. You have described where you're going from. You have described where you're going through. You have described the ingredients and elements that make up your services in the train. And then the passenger knows the facts around the trend. And what happens is that they have a relaxing journey. So the background and the significance give direction, where you're coming from, where you're going, what the situation is, and what is not known. And then you have to bring in what your study is bringing on board. We know the problem, we know the gaps, but what is your study bringing on board? And now when your study is conducted, what will it bring? Okay. What is innovation your study is bringing? What is the significance of that solution that your study is bringing to this problem you have identified? And to formulate these areas, aspect of it will require doing a literature review. Because even if your study may not be submitted to experts in the field who will review it, it is possible that it may actually get to the experts, really. And if it gets to the experts, who knows the literature in that area? Or he is one of the leaders, and then you end up not even citing him. And you see what can happen? It will give the impression that you don't know the literature. You don't know what is happening in that field. And if you don't know, the question is, how can you contribute meaningfully? So you do literature review to identify the leading experts and the leading research that are being done in that area. Now, how do you do literature review? It's beyond the context of this course. If you want to know how to do it and do it well, then join the ASFI systematic review and meta-analysis course, which comes up in July. Okay, yeah, let me sound a warning there, because some of you love ASFI so much that even if you're giving some of these courses to do it 10 times, you will do it. And so I see some of you who have done these courses still applying again. And after applying, some of you actually come to expose yourself and say, oh, Prof, I have applied to the course again. But I know that you did it last time. I don't respond to you. I just keep quiet. And when it's selection time, we know how to get, because we don't have the luxury of making it unlimited time. It's once. Okay. Now I'm saying this. I know some of you have done the systematic review course last year, and I know that you want to do it again this year. But before you apply, let me just say that we will not allow you to do it again. What you can do is tell your colleague and say, go and do, I have done it. That one is better. But if you think you want to do it again, we will not allow you. We have the recordings on YouTube and our YouTube channel. You can go and watch. But the point is that if you want to know how to do systematic review very well, or literature review, join the ASFI systematic reviews and meta-analysis course in July. That is another fantastic course that is multidisciplinary for everyone to know, as it is with this grant writing course, and the academic writing or scientific writing, or reproducibility. All those courses are multidisciplinary. So please bring your, I can see that some of you were actually planning to apply again, but I caught you off guard because I know what is happening. Even this grant writing, I know all those who did it last year, and many of them applied. they genuinely wrote me, oh, thank you, Prof, for this course. I've applied. But we have our records. We have our record for long. We keep them for long. We used to know because we want to give everybody opportunity. All right. So this will require you doing a literature review, and we have a course that can give you the tools you use to summarize the literature on a particular topic. So join ASFI. But if you're applying for grants soon, go to our YouTube channel. We have the systematic review course. We have done it 2 years now. So this will be the third year we are doing it in July. So you can watch through that. You will miss the aspect of group work and the collaboration. So you just see what we did in class. All right. Let's see. Yeah, on YouTube. Eman, please help me share the YouTube channel here.
Okay, right.
Yeah, some asking for that. And those who don't know our YouTube channel, it means that you don't know us much. Anyway, I'll forgive you. We'll give you the YouTube channel, but you have to know us more, because then you can share it to others. Like this course we are doing now, you tell it to others. All right. This is actually where we stop for this afternoon. We go through the nuggets, and then I will send you out, because I have given you a lot of information, and I hope you agree with me. We have done the titles, we have done the EMS page, now we have done the background and significance. So you have a lot in your hand to deal with, and I will want to give you that time to deal with these things. All right, is group 2 ready now for their nuggets? Let me call group 2 again. Are you ready? Because I don't want to miss any of these nuggets. Omobola, you're ready. Okay. Group 3, get ready, because after group 2, you're going to do yours immediately.
You. I'll just share my slide now. All right, good afternoon, Dr. Bright, once again. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Omobola Odioye, presenting on behalf of Group 2. And our group nugget is titled Hunt for Hidden Research Riches, written by Ellie Dolgen. And in the article, it was written, grant funding is out there if you know where to look. Introduction, by way of introduction, grants are treasures needed to conduct groundbreaking research, and it is worthy to note that treasures are not found on a platter of gold, they are hunted for. In our article, a story was told about an infectious disease epidemiologist named Joshua Mendelson, whose plan was to source for grants in not so obvious places, that is the foreign government. But along the line, he realized that the odds of securing a large government research grant were stacked against him. So his advisor suggested that he looks outside the standard grant box. And that tells him that funds are available for those who are willing to hunt them out. He also added that multiple small grants from unlikely sources are ideal, for the little drops eventually fill the ocean. So instead of focusing on the larger grants, he was advised to start small, to apply for the small grants, the smaller grants, which will later culminate into the larger ones. How to develop good search skills. From our article, some of the points that were highlighted to help develop good search skills included one, search strategically, that is to search online portals such as Pivot, Spin, and Grant Forward. As a matter of fact, some require subscription. Some university databases also require subscription, but we were told that some universities may have paid for them. So it is good that people can access these sites in order to be able to search for good grants. Then you could also search foundation directory online, travel to funding agency offices, because it was noticed that some people like to stay in their offices within their comfort zones, expecting to see all these grant sites. But traveling to see funding agencies would also be of help. Then professional societies, joining professional societies was also one of the strategies to be able to get good grants. Then assistance from a research development officer to reduce time wastage on applicable grant searching. Research development officers in this article, they weren't really happy because people keep wasting their time looking for grants, searching for grants, when they can actually go to these officers within their institutions to be able to help them search for these grants, and then see how they could apply and get successful on their search. Number two, the second strategy for developing good search skills is to be proactive. And under that, we're able to see, or we're able to establish that establishing or strengthening ties with research development or grants officers regularly would actually help them to keep researchers and those that are seeking for grants, to keep them in mind. Because when they keep on reminding them, when they keep on strengthening their relationship with these grants officers, they put them in mind for multiple grants, either small grants or large grants that may come up. Then number two, be active in professional and social networks. This is very important, especially when people go for conferences and workshops. Some individuals in the article actually attested to the fact that being active in professional and social networking during conferences and workshops helps them to be able to meet people that could fund them, that is, potential funders. Then building your funding resume. You can't go for those multi-million-dollar grants if you haven't shown prior performance on smaller grants. So it is better to start little before you start eyeing the multi-million-dollar grants. Because if the funders do not see what you have done previously, there is every likelihood that one may not be able to get the larger grants. Then stay on top of grant opportunities by connecting with other university administrators. There was a particular researcher that stated or reported that it was through his friends and administrators from other universities that helped him to be able to connect to winning grants, both small and large grants. The third one is networking and visibility. Connect with other researchers when attending conferences and workshops. This is very important. Then being visible by setting up a personal website would put a potential grant seeker out there to be able to apply and be successful on grant seeking. Then listening carefully to colleagues' talks to understand what funders need to know. Build strong collaboration with people and colleagues. Social interactions actually create open doors. Then the fourth one, be creative. Advertise your project on social media. We were told about a lady who needed a grant on marine life. But somehow, as she was trying to raise funds for that project or for that project, people were not responding. But when she advertised and put something funny on the social media platform, she started to get responses. And that was how, the grant came in, and, she was able to get the research done with her colleagues. Then find ways to bridge the gap between where you are now and where you want to be tomorrow. The meeting of preparations with time generates the offspring called luck. The truth of the matter is, it is a bit of luck, a little bit of being in the right place at the right time, and a lot of hard work that leads up to getting good grants, both large and small. Then seek ways to get seed funding, but crowdfunding also pay off. And when we are talking about crowdfunding offers an important means of acquiring external funding and fostering the seeds of innovation. Thank you very much for listening. These are some of the things that we're able to get from the article. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 2 and Mobola, for the fantastic insights. So you can see it. These are the things people are really going through, and now they are putting forward their experiences. So let's learn from them. All right, group number 3, your nugget. Please raise your hand if you're presenting for group 3. I will call you up. Is group 3 still in the breakout rooms? Okay, I see them here.
I think one of us is presenting. Her name is Tope.
Yeah, let her raise her hand, then I will recognize her. Group 3, do you want to disappoint us now? Is your presenter not here? Is it Temitope, Ashekun Olarimoye, or which one? Is it Temitope Osho Bamiro? Which one? Mori. There are 2 Temitopes here. Yeah, Mori, please speak. You.
Yeah, we are ready, but
which of the top S? Which of the top S do you mean?
Temitope.
Which is it? Osho Bamiro.
Temitope.
Do you understand what I was saying? Let me see.
But if my group leader can share, I can still present on behalf.
So who is your group leader? Temitope Osho Bamiro is the one, eh? All right, so you have it.
Okay, I can make the presentation, but the group leader will be moving the slide. We read a story about Kaplan, who has written to us, giving several scenarios. And the first scenario, you can go to slide number 1, is talking about strategies to enhance grant writing success. And they highlighted specific using an example of a neuroscientist who made an application and was successful. And the most important point there was that his success was not out of luck, but out of things he did. And these are the things he did. He followed the guidelines. He had a study that had high impact. He had a novel idea. He was innovative. He used a lot of time in planning and gathering data. And he also consulted several experts, and he was concise in his writing. He also ended up by giving his work to colleagues to review before submission. Second slide, please. Then there was also a section on do's and don'ts when you are doing grant writing. And some of them were highlighted: to follow application guidelines, especially formatting like font sizes, using of keywords, and so on. Then avoid being ambiguous, avoid jargons and acronyms, have a study that has high impact proposal, novel idea which is original and innovative, then have enough time to plan to gather data, as well as consulting several experts and mentors, as well as informal review prior submission. Those were the general do's and don'ts. Then there was an aspect of excellence in science, that when you want to have a good write-up, the idea should be novel and original. Most of the grant officials look for high impact studies. The grant agencies also will frown proposals where the applicant's work is similar to one of the works by the mentors. So they don't want proposals that look like one is copying another. Then there is no clear, for example, first have any formula. You can access any depending on the time and the calls that are available. The next slide, please. Then there were things like nuts and bolts that you need to tighten when you are writing a proposal. And specifically, one has to be very clear and direct in terms of hypothesis, and those hypotheses should be linked to the expected results, and then have a good summary and abstract. I think it's related to the AIM page we're talking about. So thank you so much. Those are the key points that we were able to extract. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, group 3. All right, we are done with the nugget for this day. Group 4, please get ready tomorrow morning before lunch. Group 5 after lunch, and group 6 before we end the day. So please get ready for that. Now, I will send you to your breakout sessions so that you can use the next almost 1 hour and 45 minutes to work on your project. Okay, so you have been working on your title in the morning. Now you can go on to your EMS page. Of course, continue to refine the title, work on your EMS page, and then continue with your background. So EMS page and background is what you need to work on now. So focus on those two. And of course, continue to refine your title. All right, I will open the rooms now.